Good evening, everyone. Has anyone heard from either Councilmember Meyer or Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Mine is on.
We finished our ad hoc meeting, so he was probably doing the same thing I was doing, trying to scramble and get some work done in between.
Okay. Well, it's nice to see all of you there. Well, since it appears that we have a quorum, and it is 5 o'clock, at this time, we will ask for a roll call. Margaret?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here.
And let the record reflect that Vice Mayor Rodriguez is absent.
Okay, welcome to the July 27th, 2021 City Council Successor Agency meeting. July 27th, 5 p.m. And we have a roll call. We do have a quorum. We'll open public comments. Margaret, I'll turn it to you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are on the closed session agenda. I received 0 written public comments on this item submitted prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on the meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I see no hands raised.
But Johnny's in the attendee side.
Yes,
I'm Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Promoting him now.
Terrific. Well, at this time, then, we will close public comments. And do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Roll call vote, please. As soon as your hands are freed up from your multiple jobs, Margaret.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye. I'm sorry about that.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye. Okay. At this time, we are adjourned to closed session. I'll turn it to staff to make that happen.
Margaret, can I ask, you've already done it. You've already promoted Tim, who is the technology person on this. And if you could also promote our other attendee, please. Thank you. And Tim, I'm going to turn it over to you to lock the meeting.
Yes, as soon as I get host functions.
I've just assigned those. You should have them now.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regularly scheduled City Council meeting of July 27th, 2021 at 7 p.m. And it looks like we have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza? Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember?
Here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Councilmember Rary?
Here, but we can't see you.
Welcome to Zoom. You are in the meeting now.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay, we do have a quorum. So at this time, if you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under Informational Reports, or items on the consent calendar, and requests for future agenda items new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting where you have the opportunity to provide them. I received one written public comment for the public comment portion. The city has been provided full copies of the written public comments, and these will be made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided, and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes.
It sounded like at the beginning we were having a little technical difficulty. Margaret, are you able to hear?
Oh, sorry, I clicked into the wrong screen, and I read my whole thing without being online. At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under Informational Reports or on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items new request. I received one public comment for this part of the meeting, and it's shown on the screen. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. And I have 4 hands raised. 5. We'll start with Marisol.
Hi, thank you so much. I actually have a work meeting at 7:30, so this is the only time I can speak. And I wanted to speak in regards to C1 from today's agenda. And I wanted to say that I'm opposed to the school on Walnut, and to ask the City Council to please not approve the appeal. Our area already has plenty of private schools with plenty of seats available. There's Golden Hills, there's Holy Rosary. Those are just 2 examples. The area is unacceptable for the school, and unlike other schools, the residents in that neighborhood did not know that there would be a school nearby. If it isn't zoned for a school, we shouldn't be changing it. We should be sticking to our general plan. And I just remember from years back when the Catholic Church had land, I believe off the Lone Tree, and begged the city for a rezone so they could build a school. The city allowed for the rezone, and then the Catholic Church turned around and leased it to someone else and didn't even use the land for what they asked for it. So I don't think that we should rezone for a school. I think if anything, we need to be looking at high schools. There's not enough private high schools in the area. But again, this isn't the right location. We do need a high school. We need something, but not in that location. Please deny the appeal. No school. Thank you.
The next speaker The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Carolina. Cindy, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Margaret. I would like to start by thanking the city, along with the police department, Brentwood PD, for the cleanup effort at Walnut Boulevard Park and Ride that took place today. I just happened to drive by there, and I'm very, very happy about the effort, and I am sure it's really appreciated by all Brentwood residents, especially the ones in the neighborhood close to this location. We've been hearing over and over again how their children cannot go in the streets and play safely because of strange people wandering around without living there or having immediate business in those neighborhoods. Another item that I want to bring up, and hopefully this can become an agenda item for a future meeting, is related to Brentwood Boulevard traffic. I'm wondering if it's at all possible to have a study done. I am not 100% sure when the last traffic study for Brentwood Boulevard has been conducted. I couldn't find any information on the city website at all. But the reason I'm bringing this up is, one, because residents along Brentwood Boulevard are concerned about increase in traffic, increase in speed of the traffic, racing back and forth throughout the night, regardless if it's during the week, during the weekend. It's becoming just a racetrack along, as I mentioned before, with Sand Creek Road. This becomes a threat to our safety. And on top of the impact on our residents, I would like to ask for the study to be conducted in conjunction with the review of the Brentwood Boulevard plan. We might want to have this type of data and information to ensure that any businesses that we would like to attract on this corridor are being conducted safely, and the traffic and the speeding would not be a concern for a solid business that wants to come to Brentwood and be a solid revenue generating business. So I really appreciate the time, and have a good meeting. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina.
Good evening, City Council members. This is more of a housekeeping thing. I emailed Margaret, and she sent me the corrected link. But at the past 3 City Council meetings, when you click on the agenda and then you click on the link to send you to Zoom, it asks you for the ID number. And before tonight, I was able to log into my phone. It would, for whatever reason, accept the link and then show me the ID number. So then I would log off my phone and then log into my computer. But the links don't seem to be working. I just wanted to make sure that you all knew this, so that this can be fixed for future City Council meetings, because I'm sure I'm not the only one who had issues trying to log on tonight. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rita.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. This is a letter to the council members. This letter is to address my concern regarding the status of the project for the teen center that has been discussed in the past council meetings. I have been following the meetings regarding this project, and to my dismay, I am appalled by City Council Jovita Mendoza. Her comments and concerns regarding the location have been clear that she does not want to provide services needed to the diverse community in the northeast section of Brentwood. I have been a longtime resident of Brentwood, and I've never imagined that Brentwood would be sectioned out by those who are wealthy and those who are of the working poor class. My parents migrated to Brentwood in the 60s and worked as farm workers, and recall taking my mother her lunch, now the Safeway Shopping Center on 2nd Street, while she worked in Las Máquinas de Tomate, tomato picking machines, and the blistering heat. In short, my parents worked in all parts of Brentwood picking fruits until the mid-1990s. As a longtime resident, I have been seeing Brentwood grow, and I have seen how our city has neglected the needs of our teens. As our city has continued to grow, I noticed that there is no place for teens to receive important resources and services such as mental health, tutoring, social activities, and affordable recreation programs. Now, a group of our community would like to know the whys Ms. Mendoza is rejecting the location for the teen center. I recall her mentioning the location for the teen center being in an unsafe area and that she wouldn't even bring her own children to participate. I truly find that offensive, since this is part of my community that she should be trying to revitalize and not criticize. If it's so bad, I am curious to know if this unsafe area was disclosed to the developers for the new housing development, grocery outlet, and new gas station. I have seen young adults congregate in this area at night. Does this make the area unsafe? If so, is she willing to address these safety issues this part of Brentwood is facing? I would like to ask, what is she willing to do about the safety issue? Or is this just not a concern for her because she lives in the wealthier part of Brentwood, where she doesn't have to see or deal with the reality that many other Brentwood residents have to deal with? And is the city of Brentwood and Ms. Mendoza's intent on redlining the demographic for this teen center, which will provide much needed services to all teens in Brentwood, such as mental health, activities, tutoring, and mentoring, to enrich the lives and improve the quality of life of all teens, but especially those teens who struggle living in the most vulnerable part of Brentwood. As a child and teen, I experienced the absent parent for many hours in home because I had to work 2 jobs. I had no one to help me with my homework or have a place to reach out for resources. The Teen Center would render support to all families regardless of their social economic status and would have the potential to break the barriers of division in our community by providing equity for all teens to thrive and be successful. The center can be a catalyst to embrace diversity and promote unity. Resources will be provided to families and teens in different languages, but most importantly, this center would keep teens away from trouble, drugs, crime, and suicide. Our city must invest and do more to meet the needs.
The speaker's timer was up. We have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you, Margaret.
I'm sorry,
At this
I
time,
do see one more speaker with their hand raised, and Adam Strauss.
Okay.
Mr. Strauss, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen to me. This is in regards to the SAV school that I believe is on the agenda for tonight. And I just wanted to kind of voice my opinion on it, being a very long-time resident of Brentwood and growing up there. I think it's a great location for a school. I know that there's a preschool next door, which will help, and I mean, that alone should prove that the location is suitable. Our community definitely needs high-quality educational options, and I think that this school, it would be a gift to Brentwood. I know that the city's own economic development plan states to support STEM and vocational programs in K through 12 schools, and so it's an economic plan. I think that it makes sense to have it here. I know that the businesses on the lot all agree that it's a great place for a project. And I think the applicants have definitely done their homework, providing all the different studies and analysis, a sound study and economic analysis, a traffic memo, and a legal argument. And one last thing, I think one of the previous speakers had talked about the need of a maybe not this Catholic school, but or this STEM school, but a high school. And while that would make sense, I think that it starts with the younger generation, and if you can get more younger kids in the city, in the town to go to school, then I think a high school will follow. So this is the first step into inundating the younger generation into Brentwood, and hopefully more schools and more production will follow. This concludes my time. Thank you.
I have two more speakers with their hands raised. Rod, followed by Suzanne.
Thank you, Margaret. I didn't really plan to speak on the Teen Center tonight, but another person called in and kind of mischaracterized Councilmember Mendoza's position on that and others, myself included. Nobody is saying that there's anything wrong with any side of Brentwood. It is just the specific location, its proximity to other less teen-friendly businesses. There has been alternatives floated out there, one being maybe the swapping out the teen center with the senior center so that the teens would not only have an excellent facility, but it would also have, a swimming pool and a park right next door, and probably a safer spot. So, again, it's not that one side of town is more dangerous, but there are, some business areas that are more run down, and it would be nice for the teens to get the help and support that they need in a location that was conducive to low stress and being able to concentrate on moving ahead. Also, that person made a lot of claims about what the teen center is and what it's going to do, and that has yet to be fully determined and explored. To my knowledge, there's no reference material anywhere to look at to see what this teen center is anticipated to be. I certainly, her wish list is long, and I certainly hope that we can provide something like that. My own feeling is that rather than investing in a facility at all, we should take all of the money and invest it in programs and find facilities that already exist that we can use. Most likely the schools, which are located in all areas of town, will have facilities for sports, for meetings, and for all kinds of recreation. So, I just don't think that attacking a council member wildly like that for no basis at all was justified or warranted. She's not saying anything like she was characterized as saying, and I think that was really inappropriate of that caller. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Suzanne, followed by Casey R. Suzanne, go ahead. I'm not able to hear Suzanne. I will come back to her. KCR, go ahead. Casey did not have an audio. I'll try Suzanne one more time. Suzanne, are you able to unmute? Suzanne, go ahead. And I'm unable to hear Suzanne. We have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. If the speakers that were unable to speak were concerned about item C1 under our public hearings, there will be time for public comment on each of these individual items. So if those were the things you were trying to speak of, hopefully you can remedy your audio situation. So at this time, we will close public comments, and we will move into informational reports from staff. And I'll start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. Since the last time we met, I attended the LLAD Community Town Hall regarding Deer Ridge, I actually attended the congressional redistricting meeting, and the reason I did that is because I, too, am the daughter of field workers who actually got deported from the fields a couple of times, and I feel that we need to be represented along with areas that are very similar so that our people are helped. There is another meeting tomorrow night, if you from 4 to 8, I believe, where you can talk about redistricting at a congressional level, and you can go to wedrawthelines.com for more information. So people might not think I care, but I live the same life that it sounds like that woman lived, where she had her parents worked multiple jobs, and we had to work really, really hard. So not rich, just worked really hard. I went to the weekly elected official call for SB 9. I actually attended another meeting on ACA 7, which is about city local control. Again, on that side of town, which I do go to, I will be attending a vaccine clinic on Brentwood Boulevard outside of Azúcar. It's going to be hosted by La Clínica de la Raza. It's the same center as Dollar General, so please, if you need your vaccine, they will be doing the Pfizer shot from 12 to 4 on August 7th. Please attend. Our numbers are horrendous. They are actually some of the worst in the county. I saw another 33 cases today, so it's pretty bad. So please get your vaccine for your safety. They also have Brentwood Health Clinic walk-ins. I attended the Brentwood Unified Union School District meeting. They talked about what's going to happen with going back to school. Kids are going to have to wear masks. They also talked about the LLAD and the impact to them on that, and then attended a League of Cities East Bay meeting. That's what I've done since the last time we met. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, I attended Congressman McNerney's wildfire webinar, the Deer Ridge Landscape Improvements and LLAD Town Hall. Also attended the Congressional Redistricting Committee meeting, attended the Alliance of Local Electeds meeting. I met with a group of community members. I won't get into huge amounts of detail because that could take all night. It was a great talk. In general, they would like more public updates when the city supports or opposes state legislation, and potentially staff or interns dedicated to tracking bills that would have local impact. They would like more town halls and workshops offering ways to engage, ask questions, and give feedback. They had concerns around projects like the youth center, the St. Anne's Village School, zoning, and Dwelly Mori. I also had a meeting with Supervisor Diane Burgess to discuss a variety of city and council concerns. Met with the California League of Cities to discuss the summer recess briefing on priority state bills. Had a meeting with Public Works Director Mickey Sabota, California League East Bay Division meeting, elected women's luncheon. I met with the Brentwood Union School District Superintendent Dana Eaton to discuss growth, concerns over school capacity, and potential school sites. And then earlier today, we had an ad hoc committee meeting for the potential youth center. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
Yes, thank you. Since the last time we met, I participated in a Cal Cities Institute of Local Government redistricting, what your community needs to know. And one of the things that one of the cities said is that they will be sending out direct mailers to all of the residents in the town at least 10 days before each workshop so that they can boost attendance and get more input from the community. Something we might look into. I attended the John Marsh Historic Trust meeting, the Milken Institute and Cal Matters, mapping out the future of work in post-COVID California, the Deer Ridge Lighting and Landscape District Formation Town Hall. I also met with Brentwood Union School District Superintendent Dana Eaton, also about growth, and in addition, the LLAD that I was just talking about, and they did have concerns about that as well. I also met with residents wanting to speak with me regarding a variety of items, Bridal Gate, the zoning update, St. Anne's Village, Teen Center, Deer Ridge LLAD formation, Dwelly Mori, and then a lot more that I just can't remember right now. So that is all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes. I've been gone for a little while. I was on vacation with my family, and I apologize that I wasn't able to attend the last meeting. But I did meet with Dana Eaton as well, the superintendent of Brentwood School District, regarding growth in schools. I also had a wonderful, actually a walk with one of our residents from Apple Hill. We actually walked the trail behind the Ron Dunn School and expressed some concerns around some leaks and also some weeds and things like that. So really had a really great meeting with them. And I want to thank our staff for addressing some of the things that they did. She mentioned out there and went out there and fixed some of those items. I also attended the youth center ad hoc committee meeting today, and that's it for now.
Okay, and we do have staff comments as well. Tim?
Good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the public. Two brief announcements for you. The Council has alluded to it. We have the Redistricting Commission recruitment underway, and we don't have many applications yet. The deadline is Monday. We'll take a look at it again Monday and see if we should extend it another week or two, but we're looking for volunteers to commit to 4 to 6 meetings over the next couple months, working with a demographer, looking at communities of interest, and putting together district boundaries, and inviting the public to participate in that process as well. In particular, I just wanted to highlight that we don't have any applications from District 1, and so if we can encourage additional recruitment efforts in that quadrant, that will help out. And then secondly, with school starting up again Wednesday and Thursday of this week, just want to remind all of the public to be extra attentive as you're driving around. Kids are not participating on Zoom this year, so they are out walking about, and so be extra careful with all the traffic and other issues, and be patient with other drivers, and we sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And since the last time we met, I attended the Airport Land Use Committee meeting, as well as joined with the Lions Club celebrating their combined 90th and 91st years here in Brentwood. They were unable to have their meeting last year because of the COVID shutdown. Also, I spent time meeting with Supervisor Diane Burgess regarding many different issues that the city's concerned with, and the county as well, and getting updates on the future consolidation efforts for our fire district, as well as some other concerns regarding public safety. I also spoke with Assembly Member Jim Frazier regarding SB 9. He did speak to me on the phone and commit to opposing that. So I think that's a great win. Hopefully many of the other Assembly members will also join with him. I did speak to several other Assembly staff members that are not our particular Assembly person, but they're all voting, so we need to get their support in that area as well. I do want to thank Senator Glazer's office for the great work that he's been doing on this as well. As always, he is a staunch supporter of local control. As a matter of fact, the very first speech that he made at the League of Cities at getting elected, he was championing that. So I want to thank him for that as well. Also made some public service announcements, one of them regarding our citizen participation in the drawing of the lines for our council district boundaries. We really do need the help in our community. This is a great way for our residents to participate and have a real impact on what these districts are to be in the future. And I did meet with several different local businesses, several different local residents regarding some issues here in town, and 2 or 3 of them are going to be addressed tonight. So I'll just let our agenda move forward addressing those. And at this time, I have nothing more to report at this time. So we will move into the consent calendar, but before we do, I'd like to note that staff has made a clerical correction on item B3, the Orchard Trails zoning amendment. I also understand this correction just acknowledges that the zoning changes in that item will only pertain to the 2 affordable housing duet units as expressed in the staff report on that item. And at this time, do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
I believe there's another item there. B8?
Yes, items B3 through B8 I will address as soon as we move the calendar, the consent calendar.
Those are part of the consent calendar.
Well, I'll be happy to read them now. That is,
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, if I can just jump in for a second, those items, Councilmember maker of the motion could read those items as part of the motion. That was how you may wish to do it, or the mayor could read them as well. But it was intended to be the maker of the motion to read those items, just to clarify.
Okay. Well, I will make a motion to adopt the consent calendar with changes to the amendments to B.3, adding 2 duets as affordable homes, the B7 language for labor negotiations in the memo we received today, and the change to the B.8 building boards appeals language.
well then, I have a first.
I second that.
First and a second. Roll call vote, please.
I'll read the titles of the ordinances first. An ordinance of the City Council, for B2, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing and adopting chapters in Title II of the Brentwood Municipal Code pertaining to the Arts Commission, repealing resolutions and policies pertaining to the Youth Commission, adding new chapters to the Brentwood Municipal Code pertaining to the Youth Commission, Public Art Program, and Poet Laureate. Ordinance for item B3, an ordinance of the City Council approving a rezone RZ 21003, amending subarea C of Plan Development Number 47, PD 47 zone to establish development standards for 2 duet units within the approved single-family development known as Orchard Trails, located south of Continente Avenue and west of Walnut Boulevard. Ordinance B8, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing Brentwood Municipal Code Chapters 2.22, Redevelopment Agency, and adding a new Chapter 2.52 to the Brentwood Municipal Code pertaining to Building Board of Appeals. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. So we will now move into public hearings. Item C1, to the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny a conditional use permit for the St. Anne Village Technical School proposed to be located at 3341 Walnut Boulevard. And I will turn this to Sarah Euler, who will provide the staff report. Sarah.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. And I apologize, trying to get my camera on. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public. Before you tonight is an appeal filed by the applicant, St. Anne Village, Inc., of the Planning Commission's decision to deny a conditional use permit for a K-8 private school known as St. Anne Village Technical School. St. Anne Village is proposed to be located in a building that is currently under construction at the corner of Walnut Boulevard and Continente Avenue at the address 3341 Walnut Boulevard. The site is a bit unique as it is currently constructed within an existing parking lot, and the majority of the site improvements are already existing as well. They were constructed under the other 2 phases of the project in the early 2000s. However, the shell building known as the Walnut C building, in which the St. Anne Technical School proposes to occupy, received design review approval in September of 2020 and is currently under construction. St. Anne Village proposes to operate a 150 student K through 8 private school within an existing Walnut C building, again mentioned on the corner of Walnut Boulevard and Continente Avenue. The school would consist of 9 classrooms, 2 multi-purpose rooms, a kitchen, an outdoor play area, and administrative offices. A study room and academic support areas are located on the second floor mezzanine. The school also proposes to utilize a bus or shuttle system to take the students to and from school and attempt to alleviate some of the traffic concerns.
Sarah, forgive my interruption, but the slide presentation is not advancing.
Thank you for letting me know. Let me stop sharing and start that over. Is it advancing now?
Yes, thank you very much. I know how hard you worked on this. So
I can briefly go back if people need an overview. So I don't know why it's not letting me. I apologize. For some reason, it pulls up, but it won't let me advance. I was doing this a minute ago with no issues. Can we see it moving now?
Yes. Nice.
Okay. I apologize for that. Let me just back up a little bit so that people can have an overview. Here's the general site plan for the project. Again, the corner of Walnut Boulevard and Continente Avenue. You can see the existing developed parking lot and vacant dirt area for the pad building that's being built currently. Here's a breakdown of the proposed use and the site plan as well, or sorry, a floor plan showing the different areas of the building and how they're going to be used. Okay, I think we're back on track now. Let me. Okay, thank you for bearing with me. The project site has a general planned land use designation of business park. This designation is intended for business and research parks, large individual corporate establishments, professional and administrative offices, and light industrial complexes. In order to approve a project, it needs to be found consistent with the city's general plan. Given the business park designation, staff is concerned about the consistency of the proposed project with regard to many of the general plan policies. To summarize a few, the project does not support the continued development and intensification of employment centers throughout non-residential areas of the city, as discussed in Land Use Policy 3-3, but rather reduces the square footage available for employment center uses and targeted employment generating uses. While staff does support school uses, a school use is not envisioned as a targeted use for the specific site. Additionally, the project is not compatible with the adjacent land uses due to operational characteristics and therefore does not meet the city's general plan policy 3-9. Allowing the proposed use would reduce the amount of available sites to accommodate a diverse range of job-generating businesses and further is not consistent with economic development policy 1-5. It is important to note that the city is limited in the amount of vacant tenant spaces within existing business parks and industrial areas. Therefore, accommodating a use outside of those typical further reduces the availability of space to accommodate the uses envisioned by the policy. Okay, I apologize, it's happening again. Seems to think that I'm editing it. Let me try one thing. Thank you for your patience. Okay, I'm hoping we're okay now. In addition to the general plan consistency, the project is required to be consistent with the zoning district. The project is located within sub-area A of the PD 47 zoning district. The intent of the district is to implement the development of a planned employment center in conformance with the general plan. Further, sub-area A is intended for the development of approximately 45,000 square feet of commercial, office, and light industrial uses. Elementary and middle schools are neither permitted by right nor listed as being subject to a conditional use permit. However, the zoning district specifically calls out business and technical schools as allowed subject to approval of a conditional use permit. The applicant has indicated their belief that the proposed elementary school falls under the business and technical school classifications. However, staff's interpretation of the code is that the intent of the classification is for occupational training occupational and training schools, where coursework is provided for adults, which typically have a higher attendance after regular business hours and tend to cater towards people with full-time jobs. Given this information and the operational characteristics of the proposed use, staff does not consider the use to be a business or technical school and further inconsistent with the proposed purpose and intent of the PD 47 zoning district. Alternatively, in all planned development districts, any use not listed as a permitted or conditionally permitted use may be considered subject to a conditional use permit. In order for the catch-all provision, as we call it, to be granted, a conditional use permit in order for the catch-all provision to be granted, a conditional use permit and all required findings set forth in the municipal code must be met, including consistency with the general plan. At the April 20th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, a lengthy public hearing was held to consider the requested conditional use permit. Staff's recommendation to the Planning Commission was to deny a conditional use permit and uphold the general plan and zoning of the property. After two failed motions, the Planning Commission voted to continue the decision of their project to the next meeting of the May 18th, 2021 Planning Commission. It was primarily to allow the applicant to have additional time to further develop their traffic plan to address pickup and drop-off locations and provide additional information to the Commission regarding economic impacts of reducing commercial tenant space and providing information on the average playground square footage for schools. At the April 20th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, I apologize. All of my slides are out of order today. Prior to the meeting, the applicant decided to voluntarily redesign the site plan to hopefully address some of the Planning Commission's concerns. And so on the site here, or on the screen, is two different site plans. The first one on the left side of the screen is the previously seen site plan of the Planning Commission, which showed that there were two gates in these highlighted areas that blocked off access for the students to be able to use this outdoor play area. But prior to the second Planning Commission meeting, they decided to go ahead and redesign the site in order to have the play area adjacent to the school itself and not need the children to basically pass through the parking lot. So this is just an overview of the two different plans that the applicant had provided, and this was prior to the second Planning Commission meeting. As noted in the City Council staff report, staff received many pieces of additional information that was submitted the day before or a few days before the Planning Commission meetings. All the materials that were submitted to staff late were also included and forwarded to the Planning Commission for their information. The day before the Planning Commission meeting, the second Planning Commission meeting, which was the continued one, staff received a letter from an attorney on the applicant's behalf indicating that the project was consistent with the general plan and zoning, and also included economic and noise analysis, attempting to address the Commission's concerns. However, staff continues to note that the information is not the basis for the denial recommendation. After further deliberation and public comments at this Planning Commission meeting, a motion was made to find the project significantly consistent with the general plan. This motion was not seconded and further failed. A second motion was then made to adopt the resolution drafted by staff, which was to deny the project. This motion was passed on a 3-1 vote. On May 27, 2021, the applicant, which is St. Anne Village, Inc., filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny the project. The appeal asserted that the project is consistent with the city's general plan and will promote several key goals and policies discussed in the previous letters from the applicant's attorney, as well as the belief that the project is conditionally permitted, and further that the Planning Commission's decision to deny the project was arbitrary and capricious. Staff previously asserted that, and the Planning Commission had agreed, that the proposed use is inconsistent with the general plan and zoning for the reasons previously mentioned in the presentations, as well as the previous staff reports and presentations. Staff continues to assert that the proposed use cannot meet the required findings for a conditional use permit in this location, as the proposed school functions very differently and is not compatible in size, character, and operation to the uses typically found within a business park. Given this information and the reasons outlined in the staff report and previous staff reports, the staff recommends at this time that the City Council adopt resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to deny the project. Adopt the resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to deny the project. I apologize for the presentation that didn't go as smoothly, but I'm available for any questions, and that does conclude my point. Thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff regarding this item? Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi, I do have one question. There seems to be some kind of issue with the semantics of what I think the zoning says it could be a technology school or technology. Do we technical? Is it what it says? Okay, so did staff do any research on what the definition of a technical school is? Like, is there any guidelines? And the reason I ask is because I did go on different states, and a technical school, kind of, the one that most agree with, says that technical schools are industry-focused, commuter-based. The goal is primarily to provide basic targeted education designed to train students for employment. When we looked at our zoning, was that the intent, or was the intent for, and I wasn't there when you guys wrote it, but was the intent for a regular elementary school? Because it puts, and they actually compared and contrast, STEM schools are technology, not considered technical. So what was the actual intent when it was written? Do you know?
Yes, I can go ahead and answer that for you, and maybe I'm not sure if Eric can clarify, because he may have been around when that portion of the code was addressed and have some background on that. But my understanding is from discussions is that our interpretation is along the lines of what you had said in regards to being targeted for after work, full-time, full employment, basically, professionals who are trying to further their career or get into a different field. So it is a technical-based school that doesn't typically operate on an 8 to 5 or 8 to 3 basis. Again, typically after hours, not catered to a younger clientele, but typically the professionals already in the field or trying to get into the field who have already completed their undergraduate or other educational experiences in the past. So I would agree that I think you're on the right track with the definition.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. Mm-hmm. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Rary.
I think Councilmember Meyer was up first.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. It's fine either way. I have a few questions I'm going to try and condense a little bit, because I'm sure there's more information coming from the applicant as well. So I understand one of our concerns is giving up the commercial space, and that we are currently at about 6.2% commercial vacancy across the city. Can you share with us what the city is doing to fill that vacancy? Are we targeting other businesses? What are we doing with that? And then I'll have other follow-up questions as well.
Sure. Thank you for your question. I think we have some economic development staff online. I'm not sure if Terrence is here. If he is, I would hope he might be able to answer that question a little bit better for you.
I'll go ahead and tackle that one, Sarah. So yes, we do work with businesses and property owners throughout the city to try to attract businesses to locations and have a robust program trying to work with site selectors and other businesses that are looking for locations, but not necessarily so germane to the issue of whether it's appropriate for the zoning that's in place or not. But we do those efforts, absolutely.
And do we have any pending applications for businesses that would be appropriate zoning for this particular zone?
I can go ahead and, are you trying to speak, Tim? I apologize.
I don't know if we have an answer to that question. We've got pending applications in for certain properties, but not pending applications for unnamed properties necessarily. But we were willing to work with this property owner, again, if this project is not approved tonight, to find an appropriate tenant that fits the zoning code.
Okay. I also understand that there were, when the school application came in, that there were other sites suggested. Can you talk a little bit more about that discussion?
I think just generally we can say that we're working with property owners to find locations and find tenants for those locations. The various locations are in different parts of the process for getting approvals, and so it wouldn't be appropriate necessarily to go into naming all those other properties that could work for this, but we would be willing to do that.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask one more, and I'll save anything else for clarifying later. I'm wondering, I got a phone call from a resident who was very concerned about her value of her home based on the school coming after the purchase of the home. And I'm wondering if you have any information on what kind of an impact this would have on home values that are very close by.
Yeah, I don't have any information on that. I'm not sure if our economic development team may have some information on that. If not, we can look into it further if needed.
I'll save anything else for later. Thank you.
Councilmember, this is Terrence. I can indicate that the effect of a school on property valuation really depends on how well the school operates in the area, how well it's designed, whether it creates traffic problems. So there isn't a hard and fast rule that necessarily being next to a school affects residential property values.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a couple of questions also. The applicant, and I did spend some time on the phone with the applicant listening to their concerns as well. And so one of my concerns is the traffic impact that a school would have at this location. Were they able to address those effectively, or is that something that's still not able to be addressed? Specifically with the traffic, I understand the rest of the questions from the council were very good, and some of mine, so I won't ask them again.
Yeah, we have Steve Kersavan, our traffic engineer, on the line, who I think can speak to that question for you. I saw him there for a second. Steve, are you there? It looks like he's trying to join.
looks like he dropped off again, Sarah. Maybe we can give the highlights of the traffic discussions that we have had, and hopefully he can weigh in more detail. Looks like he may be having technical issues.
Thank you, Alexis. That would help.
Seems to be the theme. I'm sorry.
Sure, yeah. I can briefly cover them. I know a lot of the concerns have been addressed with the traffic plan that they do have proposed in place. There are some outstanding concerns just with being able to comply and put into place the traffic plan and ensure that it's being operated as the plan indicates. So I think those are just the outstanding concerns. It's just how it actually works out in the field, and is it going to operationally take place the way that the plan is on paper. But I think otherwise they have clarified a lot of the concerns and questions that our traffic staff had. Again, it's just being able to implement the plan itself. And if I've said anything incorrect, Steve, and you can hear me, please join in.
Thank you. That did help answer my question.
Okay.
Councilmember. Now my screen is acting up also. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I know that Councilmember Myers had mentioned the value of the homes there. If that school was built, if it would decrease the value. I guess my question in regards to the residents and the homes in the area, have we heard from the residents and any concerns of any of the residents that are, basically really close to that school in regards to the possible noise or anything like that? Any concerns? And do you think they have addressed the noise issue that they may have because of the playground?
Yes, I haven't heard any comments from surrounding neighbors in regards to the noise at this time. There were at least one or maybe two comments that were heard. I forget which planning commission meeting it was, but at one of them, I believe it was the first, regarding concerns of, potential objects being thrown over the wall into a swimming pool that was adjacent to the property and things of that nature. I know that now that the playground has been moved adjacent to the building, so I think that has alleviated some of the concerns, but I haven't heard one way or the other specifically from any residents adjacent.
And do you know if they've addressed the noise issue that possibly may be there? I know that there's a study that most of these, developers put together. That they do that, and that they fall into the proper guidelines that are needed for that kind of a building in that area?
Yes, with the increase in the spacing between the property and the adjacent properties and now the playground, I think they've complied with that requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there is no more informational questions of staff, then at this time, the public hearing is now open, and I'll turn it to our city clerk.
Mayor, if we could just give Steve Kursavan one more opportunity, we're going to try to just have him unmute himself and see if that works instead. Absolutely. Steve, are you able to communicate with us?
And Mr. Mayor, will we be having the applicant speak first in the public hearing, or in the public comments?
We can do that if you'd like for that to be the process. I believe normally the way we do it.
I do have questions for them.
And that is part of the agenda, Councilmember Rary, that the applicant will have time to speak first. I believe they'll be allocated 10 minutes. Margaret will be reading that momentarily.
Hello, this is Lance. Can you hear me?
I can. Lance, if you'll hold on just a moment, we are in the process of opening up the public hearing, and Steve Kursavan was attempting to speak. So if you'll hold on just a moment, we'll call on you shortly.
Sure.
It does not appear that Steve's able to communicate, so we'll go ahead and skip that part. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Margaret?
I received, oops, let me just get my screen up here. I received 23 emails. They're outlined on the screen. Copies have been posted to the city's website. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I'll call upon the appellant first. He'll have 10 minutes to speak, and I'll start with Lance Cronell. Oops.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, Mayor Bryant and members of the City Council. My name is Lance Cronell.
Oops. My apologies. I thought that he had a PowerPoint, and so I was switching him over to a panelist. Lance, you'll need to unmute yourself again.
Okay. Yes, I do have a presentation. I'll share it right now. I think somebody else needs to unshare. Yeah, I can share. Can you see the presentation there on the screen?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Lance Cronell, architect for the SAV project before you tonight. I have with me our design team consisting of Michael Rigsby, the executive director of the SAV St. Anne Village organization, Bill Burton, the traffic engineer from Fair and Pierce, Nadia Costa, the attorney for Miller Star Regalia, Travis Brooks, also from Miller Star Regalia, and Robert McCarthy, the administrative director for the school. The St. Anne's Village Incorporated is a local nonprofit that's been in the area for over 10 years now. Their mission and track record has been to help others through their daycare, adult daycare service, respite care service for the community and beyond for over 10 years now. Just a little recap on what Sarah had provided earlier. We submitted the application back in late 2020. We had our first hearing in April, our second hearing in May, which was denied, and then a subsequent appeal to City Council, which is what we're hearing tonight. The school will occupy the interior of an existing building and a secured fenced open space. The building was unanimously approved in 2020 and thus found to be harmonious with its environment, compatible in scale, and have no harmful effects on its surroundings. The school itself is a small STEM-based technical school for grades K through 8 within an existing building. This will be the first true STEM school in the city of Brentwood, with small class sizes limited to 15 per class. Classes will be K through 8 when it's fully enrolled. It'll initially start K through 6 and then slowly graduate up as those grades move up through the ranks. By year 4, they will be fully occupied to grade 8. We've received, and the city's received, over 60 emails and public comments of support for this project. So this is a very much needed resource and community service for the city of Brentwood. Just an overview of the project itself. It would occupy the entire building C here you have on your screen, and the adjacent dedicated play area, which would be fenced in with a solid masonry fence. To answer the Vice Mayor's comment, with the 2 masonry walls and the 21-foot separation between the nearest residents, the noise level would fall well below the noise tolerance for that area. The study that you guys have shows that. As a result of our first Planning Commission meeting, we enlarged the play area by 25%, again created a dedicated play area, we clarified the circulation, we increased the queue line for pickup and drop-off so there is no conflicts with Continente Drive, and again we provided the 2 masonry walls to abate any sound. As a result of that second Planning Commission comment, we had provided our economic analysis, which showed that this development and the occupation of this building would actually spur economic growth in this area and further development in this area. We've also provided a traffic review that we've reviewed with Steve Kersavan, and I hope he's on the line and can chime in on this, to show that there are no traffic issues. He, quote unquote, does not have any issues with how we resolved the traffic and mitigation measures for this project. We've also provided an acoustical report, again, to reinforce the fact that the sound generated from any use would be far below the required maximum. And then a legal analysis to illustrate these points to the city staff. To be clear, this is coming from the general plan itself, verbatim, that schools are allowed in land use designations in all residential, commercial, office, and business park designations. This is verbatim from the general plan. So schools are allowed in a business park designation. So these are some of the areas I'm going to illuminate here that were not provided in the staff report. In the economic development strategy, in the strategic action plan, it specifically says to support STEM and vocational programs K through 12. This is coming from page 38 of the economic development strategy. There are no traffic issues. Again, I hope Steve Kersavan's on the line so he can chime in and confirm this, but we've confirmed with him as recent as yesterday that he is happy with our solution and how we mitigated the issue. And he, quote, said, "I have no issues with the traffic for this project." So I hope he can chime in and give texture to that comment. So what you received from the staff report is essentially incomplete. The staff report includes speculation and data without supporting any of its claims. The report omits areas of the general plan that do not support the denial of the project, a report that does not consider the evidence and facts provided by the applicant, and a report that minimizes the overwhelming support and need by the public, both via email and public comments. Essentially, the City Council is missing a lot of information. What we're asking for is just a fair and equitable review. What City staff has done is they have cited only areas that support their denial of the project and omitted all the other ones. What we have provided is areas where we support the approval of project and cite areas of the general plan and the economic development strategy with facts, data, and reports that we've provided to the city that they've largely ignored. What we're asking for is that the City Council receive all the information, both sides of the information, so that they can make the most informed decision for what's best for Brentwood. So our ask is, we ask the City Council to direct staff to provide a CEQA analysis with complete findings without prejudice. And these are the areas that were omitted from the staff report. There are 11 here cited, and I've highlighted 4 of them for convenience. Item number 1-10, schools aren't allowed use in business park designations. Economic development section 2-6, provide high quality educational services. Community service number 1, provide quality community services. And community service number 5, enhance the quality of life through resources and quality schools. There's nothing more quality than the state-of-the-art technical STEM-based school. In terms of the inequities of this review, I cite the Love for Learning project was recently reviewed and approved last month by the Planning Commission, and the metrics between the two are almost identical. The size, the scope, the age of the students. The only thing that's different is that they have 135 students at their facility and no traffic plan. They have 20 available parking spaces at their location, and yet they were adopted unanimously 3-0. The only major difference here is that the staff report recommended approval for this project and denial of ours. In terms of the economic development path, we have this project only accounts for 0.4% of the available commercial and office space stock in the city of Brentwood with the advent of the Innovation Center. I think somebody earlier said there's about a 6% occupancy rate. There's about 65 for lease signs on the commercial properties around Brentwood right now. Commercial properties are closing up left and right in our area. So this would have little or no impact on the available inventory in Brentwood. In fact, the occupation of this building will actually spur more development in this region. So why is this so important? Well, it has to do with kids. Brentwood is a family community. We come here to raise families, to have good educations, good schools, and send them off to do what they want to do, college, vocation, trade, what have you. The need is overwhelming. We have over 400 respondents to our survey that says they want a private school like this. We received over 60 emails of public comments supporting this project. A next door application had 73% of the occupant of the respondents in favor of this. Brentwood needs high quality schools. A STEM-based school is a highly sought after amenity in most cities. The school would be an asset to its surroundings. It meets the goals and objectives and strategies of the Brentwood General Plan. And the best part is it's ready right away. We're ready to finish this project right away. Local jobs. We would create 19 local jobs. A lot of Brentwood has some fantastic cops and firemen and nurses and teachers in this town. And if you don't know that, you don't know Brentwood. And
There's
so
30
19
seconds
jobs
remaining.
be occupied. So what we're asking City Council is to just grant this appeal, reject staff's recommendation for denial, and direct staff to prepare a required CEQA documentation and return with a resolution for approval of the conditional use permit. Thank you so much, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Rary.
Yes, just a minute. Let me grab my questions here. It says your traffic plan says that morning shuttles will be based on a student's last name with 3 shuttles for each 10-minute period. First to drop off would be A through H, then I through Q, then R through Z. In the afternoon, it would be kindergarten and first grade first, and then last name A through M, and followed by O through Z. If you could help me understand, doing it this way means that you could basically have 3 different shuttles all picking up and dropping off students that live on the same block because their last names are different. In a time when we're trying to reduce our carbon footprint, why wouldn't you create shuttle service based on location of students rather than what their last name is? Did we lose him?
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Yeah, thanks. I'm muted sometimes and I don't realize it. Thank you, Karen, for the question. I appreciate that. It is a working model. It's a managed process, and once enrollment and locations are identified, then those paths and those circuits and those routes would be optimized. Just to be clear, day one, the enrollment will only be K through 6, so it will not be maximum enrollment. So they'll age up until year 4 or full enrollment, and during that time they'll be working out all of the kinks there. What they want to do is they want to be good neighbors. They want to be an asset to the community. They want to reduce the footprint. STEM is hand in glove with sustainability, and so they certainly would make mention of that in their tenants to have a system that works well and efficiently.
Okay. It also notes after school and extracurricular activity pickup between 3 and 5. What are those activities and how many different cars are expected during that time frame? Because they will be coming for pickup after the shuttles are done.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So that's a great question as well. Those would be small clubs. If you're familiar with like Odyssey of the Mind, which is more of an engineering and problem-solving group, that would be an example of a group that would stay after class to do projects. Those would be a handful of students here and there.
Are you offering after-school care, and if so, up to how many kids?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Now, I used to carpool with 2 other families, and it would take me about 6 minutes to pull up to the school, let 7 kids out, and begin driving again. I'm curious what metrics were used which said that 3 buses carrying 18 kids each can all drop off in a 10-minute time frame.
Yeah, I don't have that information at my fingertips, Karen, but I can certainly get that to you.
Okay.
I do know that the process is managed and that there'll be students that'll be greeted by teachers that'll be shuttling them from the car to either the play area or to the classroom, depending on the program for that day.
It's getting them out of the bus, though. I mean, you can shuttle them places. It's a matter of them picking up their backpacks. Then they forgot something. They go back, they grab that. They stop. The person behind them gets stopped because that person went back for something. So only setting up 10 minutes for 3 shells to go through seems like we're going to have a lot of buses sitting there idling, waiting for their next drop-off, and then not meeting the time frame.
Well, I think one of the great things about this model is that it's a private school model, and they can adjust their bell schedule to accommodate the distribution of students to and from the school. So, again, it's not a perfect model yet. We're still working through that. We certainly want to get through this step and get this project approved, and then we can work with them to do that. But I think the major crux of your question is just making sure that you're comfortable with not creating any traffic congestion at the pickup and drop-off times. And that's the same goal for the St. Anne's Village School, is to do the same. So it will be a managed process. It will be optimized. They will definitely work with the city if there's any issues or questions that come up to make sure that process is managed properly. And lengthening the stagger between the pickups and drop-offs is certainly something within their control.
So you're claiming this is a technical school. The California Department of Education has set parameters for career technical education, but only for high school students. Even when I did a search of technical schools, other than something very similar to what Councilmember Mendoza came up, which stated it is a 2-year college, one of the technical schools, and it lists the different things that it offered. It also listed the other one says could be less than 2 years and up to 4 years, and can get a AA out of this.
Sure.
And I know my husband and my brother both went through technical colleges, and theirs were 2-year time frames. So because I said it was for high schools, their technical education is much more than just offering STEM classes.
Sure.
And since your argument is that this is a technical school, so it should be allowed to be in there, can you specify which of the 15 industry sectors you selected and which of the 58 career pathways will be offered?
Thank you for the question, Karen. I appreciate that. I think what we're talking about here is a technical school. Schools are allowed conditionally at this location based on findings. The term technical is, again, interpretive. The city has their own interpretation of what a technical school is. A lot of other industries have their interpretation of what technical school is. But by and large, if we zoom out, the school is conditionally allowed at this location, and schools are allowed in business park land use designation. So by general plan and by zoning, it's an allowed use. It's not a prohibited use, but it's not specifically listed by right use. And that's why the conditional use process is the one that the applicant is pursuing, because it requires a stringent review. And what we found with the staff's reports and their staff finding is that they've cherry-picked certain findings that support their denial, as opposed to looking at all of the evidence and all of the findings, and the fact that our noise study meets the criteria for noise abatement. Your traffic engineer has agreed and said that he has no issues with the traffic plan as we've laid it out. And the building itself has already been deemed appropriate for the location. So the occupancy of this building is really at large. It's not even a growth question, really. It's just an occupancy question. These kids are going into this school. So What the applicant is really asking is the leadership, the city council, to really zoom out and say, is this the best thing for Brentwood, right? And without getting into the weeds of what industries you're talking about and what, we can talk about programming, we can talk about animation, we can talk about, online content creation. A lot of those are in the technical paths now that are beyond when I went to school and, when a lot of you guys on camera went to school. The education has changed, and what we want to do is bring something to Brentwood that's cutting edge, so we're not catching up, that we're actually leading the way and being a point of pride in the city to allow to have a private technical school here.
Okay, and while you're the architect,
I am.
I have a question for the actual applicant.
Yes.
And if I could add, is the applicant available?
Yeah, his name is Michael Rigsby, so I'm not sure who activates the mic. He's the executive director for the St. Anne's Village. He's the actual applicant. I'm just the guy who draws the pictures.
I apologize. I have to turn my camera off for like 2 minutes because I'm going to be asking questions and my dog is barking. I will be right back.
All right. Is he on? Is his microphone unmuted?
I think he's coming.
He's in here. So my question is that I understand that our staff had suggested and remains willing to work with you to determine another location in Brentwood, but you would not even consider that.
That is not correct. Yeah. Oh. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, that wasn't an option. That's number two. That's part of the reason that we ended up on the track that we're on. We were trying to be reactive to the COVID crisis. We were trying to, bring something new to the kids after having a traumatic year. The goal was to get this thing up and running in the coming weeks as the rest of the schools are coming online right now. And instead, we've just been hitting roadblock after roadblock after roadblock on this thing, and I'm just a bit dumbfounded as to why. We could look at another site, but again, we're going to be, another year or 2 years out. The goal is to get something on the ground, get something going.
So I looked at the California Secretary of State trying to locate your business. And while I found the St. Anne's Village, Inc., there was nothing specific to this site and for education. If you were planning to get this going within the next few weeks, as you had stated, why hadn't you already applied for that?
I can answer that question.
No, Lance, I'd really like to have the applicant answer.
Sure.
I'm unclear what the question is. You're asking why I haven't pursued a business license at an address that you haven't approved for us?
Well, even if you were to use the one out in Byron, which you've been using for this other, to establish that and then send in a change of address, because businesses do move and you submit a change of address. But you haven't started that process, and you said that you were looking at opening within the next couple of weeks.
Well,
why is it you haven't started that process?
Because this process didn't start a couple of weeks ago. This process started at the beginning of the year, and then it's continued to get drawn out. So, we're looking at March as we were looking at coming into this thing, and to try to get it done by the end of the beginning of the school year. And here we are still having this conversation. So I'm still a little lost. You're wondering why I didn't launch something school-specific and our Byron address and then transferred it to the Brentwood location?
To anywhere. I mean, that doesn't matter. I'm perplexed on why you haven't Did you submit a business plan to the city? Generally, the cities like a business plan before they move forward. Have you submitted the business plan? I'll take that as a no. Okay. Thanks.
Member Meyer?
Thank you. A few questions. To start, you mentioned the survey and 400 responses, and I think, if I read it correctly, you said 77% positive? Is that?
There was 2 surveys done. One was on Nextdoor app. There was 166 respondents. 73% of them were in favor of a private school.
Okay.
Previous to that, years ago, when they first started looking for a site, they surveyed their local community, the parish and the surrounding communities, had 400 respondents to that. 480 some odd respondents to that. 400 of them were in support of a private school.
Okay. I believe we've had a pretty good number of people that were interested that wrote emails in as well. But I'm curious, if you talk about the 2 different surveys and the responses that people have sent that look like they've already spoken with Mr. Rigsby or you, whomever involved with the school, have you tracked the interest by city?
It's mostly Brentwood. Anecdotally, we just ask them kind of where they come from and, you know, what schools they go to, and just by knowing that, it's mostly Brentwood. There's an operational, Robert McCarthy is on the line as well. He can talk a little bit about that. But one question that came up early in the process is Brentwood going to get preference on enrollment? And the answer to the question is absolutely yes. You know, this is a Brentwood school, so they would absolutely get preferential enrollment for this project.
So some of the comments that we've heard, because I went back and listened to the Planning Commission meetings. I'm trying to make sure I'm doing all my homework here. One of the comments was talking about how it would serve the communities surrounding Brentwood, of course, which is understandable. But I'm sure you understand that our priority has to be the residents of Brentwood and what the impact is and that sort of thing. That's why I'm asking that question.
Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why we wanted to bring them to Brentwood, because, I mean, I live here in town. I raise kids here through the school system. You know, I want the best for Brentwood. I've served on the Planning Commission. I've worked with the city for over 20 years now. So absolutely. When the opportunity came to talk to them and they were interested in the site, we wanted to work with them in the city to make it happen.
Okay. Can you tell me what about the site design makes the building tailored specifically for the science portion of this curriculum? For example, like sinks and wet labs and, you know, that kind of thing?
Yeah, it gets a little bit out of my depth because we had an interior design firm actually come in that specifically are trained in STEM design, and they did the labs and the sinks and all of that. You know, it's not a structured, you know, rigid grid of seats with a chalkboard at the front. It's more interactive. It's you know, there's a lot of multi-purpose rooms, activities for lab work and different activities for small group activities. Again, it's a little bit out of my depth, but it's very innovative in terms of how they approach it. The students would have iPads and Chromebooks as part of their standard supply. They'd be pretty much in an Odyssey of the Mind type environment. If you're familiar with that, it's probably the only comparison I can give almost all the time, which is just an incredible experience.
Okay. Do you have any kind of, and this might be a question for Mr. Rigsby instead, any kind of accommodations set up for the special needs of students with disabilities or scholarships for lower income families or abilities to teach English as a second language learners?
I can answer parts of that just based on my conversations with a lot of board members on here. This is going to be funded through tuition. It's a private school. It's also going to be funded through donations. It's a nonprofit organization, so a part of those donations will supplement some of the tuition for some of the students and also augment some of the programs for the STEM curriculum. In terms of special needs and ESL, I think there's going to be absolutely programs for that. What's really interesting about STEM programs is that they're very flexible, and they definitely have a different educational modality in terms of how they approach the individual rather than the group. You know, you have the layering system of the private school, and then you have the STEM school, which will give them more individualized attention and more focused education.
Okay. In looking at your report, I'm going to quote, monitoring and enforcement tools readily available to the city, and failure to comply, this part is not exactly quoted, failure to comply could mean code enforcement action to be taken by the city. I'm talking about like a shuttle plan adherence.
Yeah, there's one section. Yeah.
I'm sorry, the last part of the question. Have you spoken with the city staff about the staff time and dedication required to monitor and enforce, and what would that look like?
Monitoring enforcement is just something the city does. That's part of their code enforcement title. In terms of how we would work with them, if we heard a code enforcement issue, we would certainly work to rectify that and correct that action as quickly as we can and work with the city to rectify that. There was a section in the staff report about, one infraction would close the school, and it's essentially not true. There's several steps involved before a conditional use permit is actually revoked. There's a code enforcement letter, there's a letter of violation, and then there's a communication with the business owner and the city to rectify whatever that issue may be, whether it's noise or trash or what have you. But the bottom line is that the SAV private school would work with the city to mitigate any issues that would come up before it ever gets back to Planning Commission for conditional permit review or revocation.
Okay. Let's see. I had a long list.
Sure, no problem.
Covering everything here. You've mentioned what appears to be discrimination, it sounds like. That's how you're feeling. I'm not saying it's a quote. I'm saying it's how you're feeling about the staff response. I'm curious what you think the driving force would be behind that. Like, what would be the purpose of if there was not a fair and equitable consideration of the project, what would be the reason behind that?
You're asking me to speculate, and I
am. It's speculation, purely speculation.
Yeah, I do not know why. We work with the city of, I'm a principal and owner of SDG Architects, one of the owners of SDG Architects. We've been in town for almost 30 years now. So, and we've always had a great relationship with the city of Brentwood, and we still do. And I don't, to be quite honest, I hate being on the other side of the table of the city of Brentwood because I love it so much and I really want it to be the best it could be. I don't know why there's why this is under the microscope and projects like Love for Learning just kind of sail through. What I'm seeing here is just that there's an inconsistency in the information that's being presented to Planning Commission and now City Council. And all we're asking for is just look at all the information and then zoom out as leaders to see what's best for Brentwood. Is an amenity like this, a gift like this, the best thing for Brentwood? Because it really comes down to some interpretation. Even in the staff report that Sarah wrote, and again, I like Sarah a lot. She's been fantastic throughout the whole process, and she's been very good and very professional about the whole thing. But some of the information is just incorrect in our interpretation. They've used words like envisioned and what we intended things to be, and that's not language that's codified in the general plan or the economic development strategy action plan. What is in the general plan is that schools are allowed in business park designations, and what's codified in the economic development strategic plan, the action plans, is that STEM schools need to be supported at K through 12 level. So that's really the black and white language that's in the documents that the City Council adopted, as recently as 2018. Okay.
And I think from what I'm hearing across the board, I don't think anybody argues the school itself. I think it's more, it's all these other little questions around it. But I did have, I think it was just the one more. I'm going to double check really quickly.
And I would like to I see Steve Kersafan's back online. If he can take a moment to just reiterate some of the conversations we had earlier this week, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Go ahead, Steve.
Can everybody hear me okay? I apologize for what happened before. I think the same gremlin that got Sarah's slides got my phone and my computer, so I'm back now. And I heard the mayor's question from before. So when we first looked at this thing, I'm looking at a school at the corner of Continente and Walnut with 150 kids coming and going every day. And my biggest fear was I cannot have a line of cars backed out on the Walnut with traffic approaching them at 45 and 50 miles an hour. So they mitigated that with a shuttle plan. Whether the shuttle is successful or not is not a traffic issue. it's successful from the standpoint of relieving congestion in a smaller parking lot that could affect other tenants. My second concern was they originally showed a gate across Continente, which meant anybody who wanted to gain access from that intersection or from Continente would be forced into the intersection of Walnut to go up, take a left or a U-turn, and then come back. That didn't work for me either. And then third was the fact that I asked the question is if you have an after-school event such as a play or a musical and all 150 kids are there, the price that the city pays is that if your parking lot can't handle all this, you're going to extend out into the neighboring community, and guess who gets that phone call? It's me. So from the standpoint of mitigation, the applicant has done a good job of mitigating all of my traffic concerns. I will add that what they have proposed works on paper. If it doesn't, I'm not sure what happens.
Thank you, Steve. And I do want to add to that, because it has been a question that's been brought up, Susanna, is that, what happens if it doesn't work? Well, it is a private school, and these kids pay to be there, part of their tuition, and they have a student enrollment agreement that they must sign to comply with the traffic plan that's in place. And non-compliance and breach of contract is subject to expulsion. And the SAB private school would rather expel a student for multiple infractions than to close an entire school. So I want to be clear about that. This is a private school. They are paying to be there. They're not there by right. It's not a public school. And so if there's continued infractions, then that student would be expelled, and the compliance would stay intact.
Councilmember Meyer, do you have any further questions?
Not at this point, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, Lance. What's the yearly tuition for the school?
I do not know the answer to that question.
You were planning on, does anyone know the answer to that question? Because if you were planning to open in September, you should probably have a business model that tells you how much your tuition is going to be.
Well, I can defer to Michael Rigsby on the SAV side. He's on the line still. He can certainly answer that question.
Yes, Mr. Rigsby, do you know how much the tuition would be?
Sorry, you guys, it's funny. Ever since I came on, you guys were breaking up, and I hear different pieces. No, again, the issue is in March we were looking at trying to get this thing started. In April, it became
Mr. Rigsby,
is it a possibility? So no.
Mr. Rigsby, it's okay. I just had one question. If you don't know, that's okay. How far are you? How far are you on your accreditation? How far along are you on your accreditation for your school?
You can't get accredited until it's open, so you can't start that process.
But you can start looking for programs that you're going to use to get your accreditation. You can start getting your ducks in a row. My kids went to Holy Rosary. I know people who worked on the accreditation, so I'm familiar with the process. It's a binder this big. It's a lot of work. So I was just wondering if you had started that, but it doesn't sound like it. Okay. So when that survey was put on Nextdoor, I remember that survey on Nextdoor because I am a Catholic school child. My children were Catholic school children. In 2006, I spoke on behalf of the Oakland Diocese to have that school built on Lone Tree and O'Hara. I really wanted that Catholic school. So I am all about private schools. I think they are fantastic. My concern is that when you put out that survey, it said it was a religious-based school. So you're quoting a survey that no longer applies because many of the people were excited about the religious aspect. Do you have a more recent survey?
No.
No? Okay. When it comes...
Councilwoman, sorry, I was muted. I apologize.
Okay.
Just to answer that question, the STEM program also has an arts and religious component to it. I think it was stated in one of your reviews. So it does have a religious component. Why did you take that out of your presentation this time? Why did you make it solely STEM? And like you used to put STREM, and now you're just putting STM. So I feel like it's a different project. It's not. It's a STEM-based school. It has a religious and arts component to it. Those are going to be a subset of the main curriculum, which is STEM.
Okay, so just from my perspective, I feel like the marketing changes depending on the audience. So what kind of activities are you going to have at night? Do you have like regular assemblies like regular schools? And again, I just think of Holy Rosary, we used to have a lot of things in the evenings. What kind of evening activities will you be having?
Well, I believe the Holy Rosary is a much larger school than the SAP private school. I don't quote me on this, you probably know better than I, but I think there's 600 to 800 students there.
Yeah, but my question is, what kind of activities will you be having? Because you're going to have, we know that you're...
Understood, yeah. So the activities are going to be limited to 3 classes, so 45 students maximum. And those activities will range from awards banquets to club meetings, probably maybe a parent-student conference a few times a year, those types of activities.
So there could be a potential of up to, like, let's say, not 45 cars because some parents come in 2 cars, but maybe like 30 cars plus staff cars in an evening, and that will all fit. Okay.
Yeah, and I want to make a point there that there's over 135 parking spaces in this shared parking area, and they're mostly professionals here, and so they're usually done by 5 o'clock. And there's a shared parking access agreement between the SAB private school and the other 3 parcels to have use of those parking spaces after hours. So, I mean, I'm sitting here in the same parking lot, and I can almost guarantee you I'm the only car in that parking lot right now.
Okay. When answering one of Councilmember Meyer's questions, you said that there would be a process for infractions.
Yeah.
Would you be open to saying if the city sees an infraction that we are just not happy with, could we revoke you immediately? Would you be open to that?
I think there should be a fair process involved in that, but I think we certainly be on the table. Absolutely. I think if there was an infraction so egregious that the
to me, traffic would be an egregious infraction. Well, like, I don't want to see cars lined up and down the street.
Yeah, and I think to Steve Kersavan's point, your traffic engineer, he has no issue with our traffic plan.
I don't think they had an issue with Heritage and Adams either when that one went in place. So
I didn't design those. So.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, you know, back then, I was here when that was getting built. We did not think there was going to be an issue. So that's one of my biggest concerns.
Yeah, I have a high school student as well, so I feel your pain.
Okay, those were all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Rary.
I think I may have left my hand back up. If I remember, it's been a while, so if I remember what I was going to ask, I'll get back on.
Sure.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, the council has asked a lot of good questions, and I don't have too many after those questions. They did a really good job. I'd just like to know how many staff do you think there would be there on a daily basis when the 150 students are there in regards to teachers, admin, custodial, all that? What are we looking at?
Yeah.
I don't think it's been answered yet.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think it would be a rolling occupancy. There'd be obviously teachers for every classroom and a few assistants for each of the classrooms. So at full occupancy, you'll have at least 9 teachers, 1 for each classroom, probably a handful of assistants for each class. That'll be there a portion of the day. There'll be 2 or 3 admin that'll be there either full-time or part-time. And then, as the day operates, the janitorial will come in the evening. If there's an IT issue or a network issue, those consultants will probably come in midday to work on the servers. So it'll be, it'll be a fluid system, but I would say probably 12 to 14 employees there kind of rolling around throughout the day.
Okay. So we're looking at maybe a total of 160, 170 people possibly. That would be in this facility at some point.
In the building?
Yes.
I mean, the building codes really regulate how many people can be inside the building at any one time, but yeah.
Yeah, I just know the concerns of traffic, right, and the amount of cars and things like that. So
again, I would defer to your traffic engineer, who has no issues with our traffic plan.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
You bet.
I do have one question. I know that this has been touched on a few times, Lance, and the question is really something that Steve Kersavan did bring up, and and it really is the crux of my concern, and that is this: what recourse will the school have or the city have if the plan that has presented, that has been agreed to by our traffic engineer, what happens if the busing in issue doesn't continue, doesn't work? Do you have a plan B for that would continue to make it a safe corridor through Walnut? That's such a dangerous, and I know you know this as a designer as well, that is something that could be potentially devastating. And the city just, in my opinion, the city could just not allow that impedance there, that danger there. Sure. So what happens what's a plan B if the busing doesn't work?
Well, I think, I'll give you the analogy of, pizza delivery. If you're not delivering pizzas, you're going to go out of business, right? If you're not working with the system that you have in place to make it work, then it doesn't work. Our system will work because we have teeth in the student enrollment agreement, whereby if there's a breach of, a parent coming in who says they're going to, they agree to the shuttle plan, and then they come and they drop off their kid, they will get dealt with, and there will be an infraction, and multiple infractions will result in, not limited to expulsion of the school. Again, it's a private school. These are customers, right? They're paying a tuition. They can be kicked out of school for major infractions. So that's the mechanism there, Mayor Bryant, that we're talking about, that's unique amongst schools in this city, is that this is a private school, and they have to agree to a student enrollment agreement, which includes adherence to the traffic plan. So that's why, in working with Steve Kirstevan, we made mention of that the student enrollment is part of that. And we would be happy to codify that in the conditions of approval so that it's memorialized in your document. So if you ever feel uncomfortable that something is amiss, then we can pull that and have at your level, and have that discussion right away. Because I agree with you. Safety is number one. Congestion, number one. We want to make sure that everything is moving smoothly. And so we developed this traffic plan with that axe in there, so that we can make sure that we adhere to the traffic plan that Steve Kirstevan feels comfortable with. When Steve does not feel comfortable, believe me, I don't feel comfortable. So I'm with you on that. I think it's a great question, and I think we have a very, very strong answer to that, is that we would rather kick a kid out of school for repeated offenses than close the entire school.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have an additional question, or is your hand just still up?
Sorry about that. I forgot to put my hand down.
Well, if there's no more questions, Councilperson Mendoza.
Yeah. It sounds like there's a lot of onus on making sure this traffic thing is monitored by the city.
No, that's not true. Oh,
okay.
Sorry.
So
No.
what are you hiring a position that will manage operations and make sure that traffic is okay? And the other thing is, you just said you would kick them out. Again, my kids went to Holy Rosary. The minute you tell a family they're going to kick out your kids, you're going to get sued. That's what happens. So how are you going to manage all of that? And are you ready for that risk? Like, are you ready just to kick them out and deal with all of that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just yes or no's are good. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Councilmember Rary.
Yes, this is for Mr. Rigsby. On your website, specifically on the announcement for people to download a template of letter of support, as well as to join into the meeting this evening, it says FAB's long-term vision includes an intergenerational village made up of senior living community, preschools, TK through 8th grade school, TK through 8th grade school, restaurant, salon, and more. Where do you anticipate all of those are going to go? And there's no mention of a TK in your application, or
Councilmember Rary, I can answer that question. That actually refers to the Byron location that we've developed an intergenerational community there on 10 acres diagonal from the St. Anne's Church. So I think that's what you're referring to from the website.
Well, it's right there. It's right there on joining for the Brentwood City Council meeting.
I'm not sure. I'm not
on that same page for that.
I'm not quite sure. I don't have the webpage in front of me, but I can tell you what you just described is their community center. That, and I only say it because I designed it, and so all of those amenities are on the 10 acres in Byron.
Okay, all right.
But to her point, do you think it was misleading to put all of that information on one page and give people a template with them making that the assumption? I feel like it's the same as the next door comment I made. Yeah.
I would, Councilmember Mendoza, I would not say that any of us are marketing wizards in terms of how we message things. We have, it's a nonprofit organization funded a lot by donations. It's staffed by volunteers. These are certainly not market savvy people that are clean on their message. And I'm not apologizing for them. If you feel like there's a miscommunication there, I do apologize for that, but there's no intent in there. There's no ill intent in that. What they're trying to do is just create a school here and also have an intergenerational community in Byron, and those are two separate projects.
If there are no more questions of the Margaret, we'll turn to you to open public comment.
Sorry, just let me share my screen here. I have 10 speakers with their hands raised. I'll start with Dan Cosgrove, followed by Tricia. Mr. Cosgrove, go ahead.
There we go. Hi, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Listen, something like this would be a goal to help drive business to Brentwood. Brentwood has outstanding schools, but to lure Google, guys, we're going to need more than a sign off Highway 4. They're going to want education options. They're not going to want to drive to Concord to get quality private schools. Now, I do a lot of investing in Detroit, and the challenge in there is education. How do we get education there? And the push is always getting more investing. Dan Gilbert, the CEO and founder of Quicken Loans, understands this, and he was a key driver in Detroit, and that's why big education and quality schools has been the push, which is helping to move Detroit. And if you haven't been there, check it out. Now, I've got neighbors that go to Ron Nunn, their kids, and through COVID, they moved them to Campos. They loved it over there, and they're keeping them over there. So this shows that our own residents want schools such as this. So when we talk about commercial space, because we don't need more commercial space in Brentwood. You mentioned about 6%. I think someone else mentioned 65 signs all over. I'm a business owner. I had 3,000 square feet of office space I rented. I didn't get hardly any looks. I didn't get anybody outside of Brentwood looking at it. And what took it? It was a real estate office. So more real estate, more escrow places we don't need. We know what's going to happen when the market turns. We saw it before, and it always does turn, and it'll happen again. Nails and hair salons aren't going to do it either. So we've got enough. Now, organic growth is great. We can have small incubators and things like that, but businesses in the city isn't going to grow from small incubators. Businesses don't grow organically. So we're going to need to do something different to get the eyes of companies like Google. So in finishing this, one, I'm a bit shocked as a business owner how you guys have been treating these applicants and how you've been speaking to them and business owners, these guys in Brentwood who want to help kids, bring in jobs, contribute to the tax base. It's a little bit shocking to me, but that's my own opinion. I'm going to say, you guys, don't miss this opportunity to get Brentwood on the right track and get a Google interested. Without something like this, you guys can forget about it. Thanks for your time.
The next speaker is Tricia, followed by Suzanne Brennan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tricia Costantino, and I'm going to be living directly behind this school. My concern is what happens if someone throws something over the fence and my dogs eat it and they get sick? Who's responsible for that? What happens if something goes into my pool and ruins my pool system? Who's responsible for that? If my dogs bark all day long because I have kids there from 8 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon screaming and yelling, even though they say they can't hear anything, I can hear the workers there every day. Every single day, I hear the workers there, and I can tell you exactly what they're saying. Who do I call when I have a complaint? And when people come knocking at my door, the police or dog care, the Antioch care thing for dogs because my dogs are too loud, who do I go to complain? To me, the school does not belong in a business. When I bought my house 20 years ago, they said a business was going to be there, not a school, because I would have thought different about buying my house. Furthermore, I have talked to a couple of realtors, and they said if the noise level is loud, no matter how many walls they put up there, you're still going to hear the noise. And they said that my house will lose value because it'll become an undesirable place to live. So I truly hope that you keep this and deny this. And all these people are green. They're not neighbors with the backyard that lines up to the school. Let them see how that's going to be. Everybody wants this school, but nobody lives really close to this school like I do. And I don't know in my community if people are complaining or not, but I am. And now that they're building 77 more houses there, traffic's going to be bad. People break rules. And you can kick them out of school, but there's going to be somebody else coming. And how many times do they have to break the rule before they're kicked out? And like you guys said, they will be sued. And are they ready for that? So I hope you keep this in as a denial and do not let the school go through, because I'm not sure what I'm going to have to do to protect myself and contact people to see what I should do. Because this is a horrible place to put a school. Walnut is so busy no matter what they say. Watch Walnut. It's busy all the time. And people that are going to go to school out here, so they're going to pick up people in Byron, they're going to pick up people in Pittsburgh on their school bus. What time are they starting to pick up everybody? Or is it just for Brentwood kids? Please, please keep this denial. I'm praying that you guys do this because it's not a safe place for kids. Plus, we have
The speaker's timer was up. The next speaker is Suzanne Brennan, followed by Ralph Strauss. Suzanne, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate it. I tried to speak earlier. It's been a while since I've been to a city council meeting, and I got in late because of technical issues, and so I hope that you don't assume anything because of if I have technical issues. So as I review the city general plan, I see that this STEM school will support, comply, and promote the city's plan for growth. If you look specifically at policy LU 110 and ED 11, policy LU 110, schools are allowed land within all residential, commercial, office, and business park designations. This demonstrates the plan follows all these requirements set forth in the land use requirement. Policy ED1, attract and retain a variety of economic competitive advantage and strengths in order to promote diversity of businesses. This applicant is doing all of that. Can also consider the employment and educational opportunities, not only for the residents, but for the children also. As a parent, I want small classes, and I want transportation to and from those classes. I am from the East Coast, and I had it there. When I moved here, I didn't have it. My kids ended up in the public school, and I missed not letting them ride the bus to school, so I didn't have to take them. As a result, I pulled my kids out of the public school here, and I homeschooled them for 7 years. I'm hopeful that this school will support my grandchildren, since my children are no longer in the school age that this would provide. The city traffic engineer has stated traffic will not be a problem. The location is next door to a preschool, which could potentially be a feeder for this school itself. The business is in a complex that the other businesses agree that the school would be appropriate for this type of business. In comparison, there are private schools. There's a private school called Love for Learning, and this school has less parking and no traffic plan. You spoke earlier about being discriminated against, and I don't understand why, but it does seem like there is some discrimination. I know I'm running out of time. There is a Discovery Charter Elementary School in Chula Vista, California. Please look it up. I would like Brentwood to be on the leading edge of STEM schools, and I have a lot more statements, but no more time.
The next speaker is Ralph Strauss, followed by Brian Meyer. Mr. Strauss, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ralph Strauss, and I am the owner of the building that SAV School would like to occupy for their private school. I started my architecture firm in Brentwood in 1993, and we've been at our current location on Walnut Boulevard for 18 years. For 28 years, we've worked with the city staff and city leaders through planning and approval processes. We've always appreciated the fair and thoughtful manner in which the city considers project applications. We ask the same for this project because it has not occurred. The site that we're discussing was constructed 18 years ago. It has been vacant since that time, shovel-ready, with utilities in place. I decided to proceed with the building in 2018 to finish out our site. We were interrupted by COVID, and the building was approved by Planning Commission last year in September. There was unanimous approval by the Planning Commission with a CEQA categorical exemption. There was no opposition to the design of the building. There are no concerns by anyone about traffic or noise, even though there are a broad range of allowed uses on the site. Regarding the question about zoning, I want to point out that quasi-public uses are a conditionally allowed use. The text then goes on to list a variety of examples, which is not meant to be a complete or exclusive list of quasi-public uses. I know because I wrote it 20 years ago. In late October, I was approached by SAV School, who have been looking for a location for their school for years, and as their closest neighbors to the proposed school, we studied it very carefully to make sure that it would not interfere with our own business. We're closer than anybody to the school, and so we wanted to make sure that traffic and noise were not going to be an issue for us or our residential neighbors. Because staff has not considered this completely by studying the CEQA components, it's been very hard to have outreach with anybody regarding the impacts. We did it ourselves, and then we supplied it to staff who ignored it. We would like the council to uphold the appeal and to have this work done by staff so that it can be discussed openly and clearly with all of our neighbors and with the city council. Then we'd like you to bring it back to the council for consideration and hopefully eventual approval. Staff's approach has caused great confusion, and everyone deserves the correct information. As an extra bonus, this site will create new jobs. Thank you for your consideration of this appeal.
The next speaker is Brian Meyer, followed by Veronica. Mr. Meyer, go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Brian Meyer, and I am a resident of Brentwood and a parent of 3 children. I have read an 18-page economic analysis of this project that was provided to the planning department by Grun & Grun, who are market economists and have been previously retained by the city of Brentwood. The project would not result in any shortage of office space as planned, and existing office space is more than adequate to meet the needs of prospective office tenants in Brentwood, given past absorption trends and forecast office space demand. The city has shifted the focus of its planned office development to an area covered by the specific plan for Priority Area 1 near a proposed BART station, and thus introducing the project here would not conflict with the city's long-term planning vision. Successful leasing of the project building to the SAV private school would encourage, not hinder, further marketing and construction of office and commercial buildings in the city. This is a school for our children. Please approve this project.
The next speaker is Veronica, followed by Dennis Trammell. Veronica, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. We've heard a lot about the traffic issue surrounding this particular project, but we've also heard that ingress and egress to this site is not going to require significant travel through the neighborhood. Rather, it's going to be centered around Walnut, and that there have been a variety of mitigation plans indicated in order to reduce the amount of congestion that might have occurred with this, including a plan to shuttle students to the school from their homes so that there is not nearly as much traffic coming from parents dropping their children off. It seems to me that because the proponents of this particular project have worked so very hard to mitigate all of the various concerns, not only the traffic, but also the noise concerns, that they have done everything and bent over backwards to meet all of the requirements. Additionally, another thing that should be considered is that good schools actually attract good families, and good families create economic growth for the city. I do believe that this project is going to be good for the city, good for the people of Brentwood, and because this is going to be bringing a STEM education environment to the city of Brentwood, this is going to train up leaders of the future. And another thing to consider with regard to STEM education is that will develop more innovative thinkers, and more innovative thinkers are going to drive industry in the future. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dennis Trammell, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Mr. Trammell, go ahead.
Good evening. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. As I said, good evening. My name is Dennis, and I'm a Brentwood resident in favor of the St. Anne Technical School. As a supporter of refined education and broader options for families in Brentwood, I really strongly encourage you to approve this project and its conditional use permit. The school can and will offer a new opportunity for the children of Brentwood through its STEM curriculum. Its smaller class size will help foster minds with a more inclusive approach to teaching, offering more opportunities to create lifelong learners that will in turn benefit our society and ultimately our country as a whole. I understand that this school will be addressing a wide array of learning styles, which is something that our public school systems are really still trying to catch up to. Furthermore, SAV has planned within its curriculum the opportunities for students to intentionally serve the community outside of its campus, cementing virtues that we seldom even see in adults at this time. The school offers a unique opportunity to help children become the best versions of themselves and instill a passion for the arts and sciences that will last them a lifetime, and it's my belief that these passions will greatly influence the ultimate outcome of their livelihoods. To quickly address some misinformation that has been spreading through some social media outlets, this school is once again located in a business park land use area. It's not a rezoning that's involved with this project. It actually aligns with the general plan and recommendations that were created by Brentwood itself. The general land plan mentions that schools are allowed in business park designations, and the general plan doubled down on this by specifically allowing and encouraging STEM schools. The application in question is only for the conditional use permit. And I will say that it's a little bit shocking seeing some of the council members in what almost seems to be like emotional backlashes towards the applicant. And I'm just really shocked to see that as a resident. I implore the council to help Brentwood make further steps towards the best version of itself by approving the conditional use permit for this. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca.
Good evening, City Council. So first, I actually coached an Odyssey of the Mind team, and I certainly hope that the curriculum is not as messy as that was, number one. Number two, my concern is also about the kind of loosey-goosey curriculum plan they have, because when you accept children into a school who are neurodivergent, you need to make sure that you have the curriculum for them to make sure that they have a chance to succeed. I didn't get that impression from the applicant or the architect. I also looked through the presentation. I see a bike rack there. Does that mean that kids would be allowed to ride their bikes down Walnut, down Brentwood Boulevard to get to the school? I just want to clarify just to make sure that we're all on the same page, because that is very dangerous in the mornings when people are trying to make that left from Balfour down Walnut to get to Vasco. Another question is, I know this is a private school in a business park, but most of the schools around Brentwood have a 25-mile-an-hour zone speed reduction to make sure that the traffic going in and out of the schools is safe for people who happen to be in the area. Would that happen with this? There's just a lot of questions that I have about this project. I just, that concern, I'm not sure how the traffic study was done or when it was done, because, a lot of people are not back to work yet. But when people are back to work, as more companies are now recalling their employees, Walnut Boulevard, when you make that right from Balfour down Walnut to get to Vasco, is going to be a mess. So those are my questions and concerns about this project. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Rod.
Hi, good evening again. What we heard tonight, and based on the email submitted in support of this project, people want a good school, but they never said in this specific location. Please don't miss this aspect in your decision to deny this project. Supported by this is the deep analysis that planning group from the city provided, documented, and very well presented tonight and also at the Planning Commission meeting. And as far as I remember, Planning Commission is the authority as far as making recommendations to City Council on zoning and general plan compliance, not what a lawyer, outside lawyer, interprets, or somebody who has vested interest in getting a project passed. Again, zoning and general plan are the law in Brentwood, and not what an applicant who spins the words and text in their favor to get a project passed. So please consider this. This general plan and zoning compliance should be the reason should be sufficient reasons for this application to be denied tonight. And talking about spinning of words, great sales speech from the person representing the applicant and wonderful spinning of words, right? We should consider the history on this application. First was presented as a K through 8 grade school. Then the applicant and property owners filled it and collected more information through receiving an unclear informal survey. They changed it to STEM program without any details. And then when planning staff detailed very clearly the stipulation of zoning from Brentwood Municipal Code allowing possibly a technical school at this location, they changed it to technical school. So what is it? It doesn't pass the smell test. They just keep changing their designation to fit and get this project passed. Technical schools are also known as technical colleges or institutes and offer an education that prepares students for a specific trade or career. They span up to less than 2 years and up to 4 years, depending on the program. Chosen and are in general for students 16 years or older. Most cases, high school graduates. Following the completion of the courses, graduates are awarded a degree, certificate, or diploma. What type of degree will these kids be awarded? Are they going to go to school right after 8th grade? Something to think about, and please deny this project.
The next speaker is Rod, followed by Rochelle Kunanen.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. I hear people complaining about the way the city is. Some of the city people are talking to the applicant, and I find that rich. After the applicant, the first thing they did is flash up a slide that called our excellent planning staff, I believe, arbitrary and capricious. You know, you reap what you sow. You come in here and you badmouth our city, and then you expect to get the kid glove treatment. Well, that's not how it's going to work. I heard, I think his name is Mr. Rigby, the applicant, complaining about how the city is dragging this out. No, they're not. You were told months and months ago that this site was not good for this school by the staff, and we've been consistent with that throughout. You're the one who's dragging it out by coming back, asking and asking. You don't need a STEM education to understand you can't pound a square peg into a round hole. You just need to learn and get on with it. Be innovative, like somebody suggested. Find another site. Look, the community, I read all the emails, by the way, up through the second Planning Commission meeting, and the people that are in support of this, they talk about the benefits of the school, which can be had at any location. This school is built in Brentwood. They were complaining about the public schools not being open, but that's not an issue anymore. The public schools are opening this fall. They are parroting some of the talking points of the applicant because they've been convinced that either they get it at this site or they get it nowhere, and that's just unfortunate that they've been told that because it's not true. Yeah, this is not a technical school by any definition. I did a search myself because I was really curious about it. There's no way this is a technical school. A technical school is for after college to teach somebody a trade. You can go and look it up. A STEM school, STEM is a curriculum to teach people before college how to get into the best programs in college to get a high-level science degree. It's a completely different thing. STEM is not something that any technical school teaches. The two are different, and Lance actually admitted in the middle of when he was speaking that this is not a technical school when he said it's not one of the listed things, and it's on tape, so we can play that back. I'm looking at the playground. It's a walled-in playground. It looks like a prison yard. These kids, they deserve better than that. What Brentwood has is open space and beautiful views, and we need to get them someplace where they can play, on some grass, out in a field. They can play some sports. When they look around, they're inspired by the view. They're not staring at a concrete wall. For 9 years of their lives, they'll be in this little playground behind this wall. from K through 8. That's all they're going to have. They're going to be stuck in this little school in these little classrooms, staring at that little wall when they're allowed to go out. And then they're going to be riding a bus for, an hour or two every day. This is a terrible existence for a child. It's just awful. If we're going to spend my tax dollars on something, let's spend it on a site search to find a good site for this school. Let's not throw it away on a futile CEQA that's not going to end up doing anything for anybody anyway. I have more to say, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rochelle Kinnunen, followed by Robert McCarthy. Go ahead.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Rizal, and I'm a longtime Brentwood resident, and I want to voice my full support for this project. This private school will be an asset to the community. Smaller classes and the state-of-the-art facility is a gift we cannot afford to pass up. The Planning Commission was misinformed by the staff and negative comments unrelated to the facts of the project. Now we need our city leaders to do what is best for the Brentwood families and provide a high-quality school for our community. With all the issues with our public schools in Brentwood, there has never been a greater need for educational options. Please approve this project, and good night. Thank you.
The next speaker is Robert McCarthy, followed by Eugene Ross. Mr. McCarthy, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Robert McCarthy, and I'm the Administrative Director for the SAV Private School. First, I'd like to say, and I think this is probably obvious, I wholeheartedly support education and this project in particular. I just want to clear up 2 points that I think might be of help. So I was a third grade teacher for 3 years, and first and foremost, I want to address the question of accreditation, which is optional for private schools. I wouldn't send my own child to an unaccredited school, but I do want to point out that it's optional and impossible to do until a school has opened. The initial step is an initial visit from WASC. Beverly Fonda Cape, who would be the administrator at this school, has done that many times, and I don't doubt her ability to do that again. Second, I want to approach this idea of STEM. As someone who was a classroom teacher, obviously we know the importance of STEM. I'm sure when you were looking at schools for your own children, you were focusing on STEM and focusing on the problem that our schools are crowded, overcrowded, which is preventing the direct attention that students need. STEM is a mindset. It's a frame of approaching questions. Yes, it involves sinks and labs, but it also involves design thinking and coding. 2 projects that you don't really need that much space for. For coding, you need a laptop, you need a Chromebook, you need an iPad. I also, very, very quickly, because I know that we've heard a lot, and once again, thank you for your time today, want to talk about the question surrounding what's happening to students, and particularly in the pandemic, seeing months of student delay in their learning. And to kind of squander an opportunity to address that through smaller class size, I think is rather reckless. I think in 10, 15 years, it will be very clear that the country writ large did not do enough to address and support students during the pandemic. And it will be a national shame. And I think this school is a way, one of many ways, to address the needs that our students have so clearly. So thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Eugene Ross, followed by May. Mr. Ross, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, my name is Eugene Ross, RCR Property Management. We manage the office buildings across the street on Continente from the proposed school. And without getting into, the issues of the private school versus non-private school, I only have 2 main questions. One is, I've heard a lot about the traffic count on Continente being manageable. I'd like to know specifically what the count will increase to, say from 9 to 5 on Continente, given the load from the school and from the new Shea subdivision, which will be emptying out onto Continente just a couple of 100 feet away. Continente at that point, we find it very, very narrow, and our tenants, I see, get delayed. Getting in and out now causes some delays. The car comes down the street, and everything clogs up. So we're very concerned with the amount of the amount of trips that we're going to see during the business hours. Secondly, I'm concerned about the noise levels from the school. We heard they're mitigatable, whatever that means, but I'd like to see the noise contours because we'll have offices right up against the street there from 3291 Walnut, and I just haven't heard any definite answers or any specifics, just that it's going to be handled okay. So if you can give me some help on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
The next speaker is May, followed by Valerie. May, go ahead. May, you'll need to unmute. I will skip May and move on to Valerie. I'll come back to May after Valerie. Valerie, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, City Planning Department. My name is Valerie Casares, and I've been a resident of Brentwood for over the last 20 years. We brought our small business over from Mountain View over 20 years ago. And the number one reason I did not want to be here was because of the limited private schools for my kids. And, I mean, we actually commuted our daughter to Carondelet and talk about traffic. And it wasn't even nearly what we have here. Now it's 20 years later, and Brentwood still has extremely limited educational options for our youth. And COVID and the pandemic has definitely made a difference. When you look at small classroom sizes for our future kids, it's critical. If we want our city to survive and thrive, we need to attract small businesses and residents that value education for our children. St. Anne's is the best thing for Brentwood. I support St. Anne's. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and try May again. May, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your time this evening. I'm speaking tonight to pledge my support for SAV Technical School. As a lifelong resident of Brentwood, I recognize the tremendous assets which exist within our community. However, I also recognize our community can always be improved. SAV Technical School will offer an incredible opportunity for children of Brentwood. This school supports, complies, and promotes several areas of the general plan. Furthermore, parents are pleading for these types of opportunities for their children. The school will offer a STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics curriculum. STEM education programs are different from your traditional educational approaches. SAV Technical School will address a range of learning styles celebrating diversity and intentionally serve the community outside its doors. Furthermore, in the STEM-based program, students aren't just expected to regurgitate information, but instead are asked to apply new learning and real-world issues. The independent and creative thinking learned through a STEM education will help our youth be successful later in life. I urge you to keep things better in Brentwood by approving this conditional use permit. Thank you.
The next speaker is Solomon, and then that's the last hand that I have raised right now. Solomon, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Solomon Belletta, and I must admit I wasn't sure if I was going to make it tonight. I did arrive a little late and submitted my request to speak, but I just didn't think that was going to be possible. So my sincere apologies for my delayed response when you called my name. Again, my name is Solomon Belletta. I'm the coordinator of an organization called ECA, East Contra Costa Community Alliance. I have a long-standing commitment to East Contra Costa County. I continue to serve on the board of directors at the Village Community Resource Center. So I want to voice my support for the SAV project. It is my understanding, based on what I have read, that this school is allowed by the general plan policy, and I wouldn't want to cite the reference number here, but I believe it's LU1-10, and conditionally allowed by PD 47 as well to operate on this site. The SAV private school, and I emphasize private school, was improved through thoughtful input and dialogue from the City Planning Commission. I attended the last City Planning Commission, and I heard loud and clear that the applicant had actually made some significant modifications to the plan to accommodate what the city requires. So I thought that was progress was being made on that front. And Planning Commissioner Dolter was correct to state that in his deliberations as well. A STEM-based private school will be a place of pride for the residents and will increase the profile as a desirable city that encourages cutting-edge education. I currently live in Martinez, and there is actually a school, a pre-K school, that is STEM-based. So I don't think STEM education is necessarily for high school students or even for college students. It is beginning to happen at a very early age. So I think it's an investment for the future of Brentwood, for the residents of Brentwood. If we're really serious about making a difference and creating a robust economy, a thriving economy, this is the right investment to make. Thank you very much.
I see no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. So at this time, if there are no additional speakers, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
First and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, before we go into deliberations, could we take a 5-minute break?
If that's okay with the rest of the City Council, absolutely. So at this time, then, we will take a 5-minute recess. We'll be right back. As soon as we're all back and available, we will reconvene.
Sounds good.
Okay, so at this time we are back in session, and we move into council discussion. Who would like to start it off?
I'll go for it. You know, there were some questions and concerns from the applicant that the city went and approved daycare in commercial sites, and that LMC was allowed to be in a business park. So I went and looked up all those things during our meeting here, and I found that the Love for Learning is within a general commercial under PD 16, subarea Z, which allows for a conditional use permit for daycare centers. The Love for Learning, or I'm sorry, is that Love for Learning? That was Love for Learning. The Goddard School is in PD-42, subarea F, which says permitted use nursery, child care, and daycare center. That's a permitted use, not a conditionally permitted. The LMC Business Park, that's an interesting thing. When they refinanced the bond, I believe in 2012, it was refinanced and non-taxable, I think is what it is, and I could be wrong. In fact, we'll be talking about that as the next item, I believe. But that made it so that we could only lease it to nonprofit organizations. That limited what we could do to that site. So those are the reasons why those were approved, because one, they were permitted by use, with the exception of the Love for Learning, which was conditionally permitted. The other thing that I've got some concern with, let's find my notes, was in the documentation, the applicant had said that the playground schedule for the playground area would be open from 10 to 12:30 and scheduled possible other scheduling throughout the day. So I looked at their, as far as noise, and because the one woman who said that she lived right there, and I had read her email earlier, and then she spoke on this. And according to the drop-off schedule, kids would be exiting shuttles. So I'm looking at a noise perspective. So they start exiting the shuttles at 7:50 to 8:20 a.m. Then there's about an hour break before recesses begin. Then lunch recess is right after like 10 minutes after at the end of the last morning recess, and PE. So basically, with the exception of about an hour, there could realistically be nonstop outdoor activity from 7:50 a.m. to 3:15 p.m. when the last shuttle leaves. That also doesn't account for buses that are sitting there idling behind somebody's home. I know that over when Liberty District was redoing their bus barn, they had parked behind the homes there by the district office. And even if those buses were on the other side of the parking lot from them, we were getting complaints all the time from the noises of buses there in the morning idling for quite some time. Not to mention the exhaust of having 9 buses sitting there and going through somebody's back, right next to somebody's backyard. And as she had mentioned, she does have a pool in her backyard. I haven't seen the outline of her pool or how close it is to the fence. So that's a concern for me, especially when they say that the playground is only open from 10 to 12:30. Yet, realistically, it begins at 9:30 and doesn't really stop till 2:30 in the afternoon because classes are rotating in and out. So that was one concern that I have. The other thing was, and I gotta say, I'm excited about having a STEM school, a private school in our area. I think it's fantastic. I really do. I think that more types of opportunities, different kids learn different ways. I went to the Next Generation page. I forget what the full name of it is. And the types of curriculum that we would be teaching, the three-way processing of the educational using that type of program. And then there was a standards page also that I went to. And I mean, it looks like ultimately, once they do pull their curriculum together, if they are modeling after that, it could be a great asset to our city. What I'm having problems with, and it's really disingenuous of the applicant, in that they say on their website and even on the PowerPoint that they presented today, it said St. Anne Private School. On their website, it says St. Anne Private School, soon to be St. Elizabeth Academy. They threw in the word technical because business and technical schools are allowed in that area. And as we saw from what I saw in looking at technical school, it's in the United States, a technical school is a 2-year college, and that's according to Wikipedia. The other thing that, and I don't know if you guys remember when we were doing the Walnut Villas a few months ago, and my concern about the business park, and that I didn't want that they should start narrowing in the zoning update to narrow the types of businesses that could be in there, and I listed off a whole bunch of businesses that I felt should be removed from that area because we want light industrial, research and development, and business park offices. So those are the types of things that we want. Are there things right now for it? Well, no. But we're down to the point where we don't have a whole lot of land left. Granted, we've got PA1, but even that amount of commercial square footage has been reduced since we originally did the specific plan. While it hasn't been approved by us, it has been significantly reduced. We've already lost commercial. During the last update, we were along the railroad tracks there at Balfour. There is a housing development now, and that was supposed to be a light industrial complex back there. Over by the police station, we were supposed to have a light industrial complex back there. But because, and it was, the school districts were not really communicating with the city real well back then, which I think may have been some of the problem, but the school district came in, as school districts can, and said, we're going to put our school here. They have the right to do that, just like out at Heritage and Adams, where we have the mess out there. They can place them wherever they want. So we ended up having to do residential because it did not fit along with the school that was there. We couldn't put light industrial all around there. The gentleman who was concerned, the landowner or leasing agent for the property on the other side of Continente, had concerns regarding traffic and noise. Can you imagine having a school there, and then this guy's trying to lease out his to research and development, light industrial, office park type things. For them to look over there and say a school is right next to them, it's not a good selling point. It changes the whole scheme of what we're trying to accomplish in our town. And as and they said, well, they denied it outright. That's right, because we told staff that when things don't come in that fit within the parameters of the zoning in there, to let them know right up front. You know, we don't want to put you through this. These are what we're going to stick to. And by doing that, hopefully we'll be able to move businesses in as things start developing. And it's going to be a while. I mean, look, I've been in Brentwood since 1995, and I used to actually live across from where this thing was going to be, over in the Spirit and Glory home. Back then, 10,000 people. And the area where PA won, that was all orchard still back then. So it hasn't changed in the 25 plus years that I've been here. But if we keep allowing things that aren't supposed to be in there, and these are conditionally permitted, as they're saying, well, it's conditionally permitted, but we have the right to refuse conditionally permitted. We don't have to allow them in there if they're conditionally permitted. That's what I've got right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. I don't think anyone doesn't think we need a private school. I agree with, I think it was Valerie Caceres, that we need a private school. I moved here from Oakland. There was private schools everywhere. You had the pick of the litter, and I think it's awesome. When I moved here, I was under the impression there was going to be one by Immaculate Heart. It didn't happen. In 2006, I don't know if you recall this, Mayor, but I actually came on behalf of the parents of Holy Rosary saying we wanted the city of Brentwood to rezone. Rezone actually was also, I think it was a commercial area to a school area because we wanted a Catholic school. That didn't happen, and it's 2021, and I think the Catholic Church has now sold the land, and now it's zoned residential, and we can't go back on it. So I don't think there's anyone that feels that we don't want a school. I just have great concerns over this project. I mean, I think Lance said, he himself said that they're working on stuff. Like, nothing is fully baked, and that's concerning to me because I'm voting on something that's not fully baked. They have an economic plan, but you don't know how much your tuition is going to be. Like, that's a basis for your economic plan. How are you going to pay for everything and do everything without your economic plan? Again, there's this whole conversation of what this school is has changed over time, and I've been watching it online. The first time I saw Lance's post on the on Nextdoor, it said it was going to be Catholic-based education. I immediately called the Oakland Diocese, and they said, nope, we have nothing to do with that. And then the STEM, and then they called it STREAM, I think it is, STREM. And then today in the presentation, there's no R in the STEM. It's just, it just says STEM. So that's changed around. And my concerns are the neighbor that called. Even before I was elected, I've always said I don't like cities that bait and switch. People moved in here under the impression it was going to be a business building. I'm looking at the Google map. That pool is one parking lot depth and then maybe two cars, like driving in and out. So 2 cars wide, 1 car length from the school. That's really, really close. And I don't know if you're all familiar, but in Dublin, there is a school that did this. The neighbors all got together and sued the city, and the city had to settle. So that's something to think about, too. Are we willing to take on that noise liability? There's 3 of us sitting on this council that ran this last time that said we would not change commercial. We would not give up our tax revenue. That was the mayor, Councilmember Rary, and myself. We all said that we were strong proponents of not changing commercial. And like Councilwoman Rary has said, we've given up a lot of commercial, which means we've given up a lot of tax revenue. And we are starting to wean ourselves off of new home development. And if we continue to give away commercial, we are not going to be able to continue to provide the services that we do in our town. Your roads are nice in Brentwood because we have tax revenue, and we've got to find a replacement for that, for the new home fees that we're not going to be getting. You have a pretty town. We do a lot. We give grants to businesses. We've been doing a lot of grants. All of that goes away if we don't have a revenue anymore. Traffic. I'm still concerned about the traffic. I can remember when Heritage and Adams was built, we were told it was not a concern. Nothing was going to happen. It was going to be fine. And I don't know if you drive on Walnut, but that used to be my commute when I used to commute into Pleasanton. People drive fast. And my impression from the Planning Commission meeting is we weren't going to change this to 25 miles per hour. And part of us as council members is to make sure that we are watching out for the health and safety of our residents, because I looked that up. Is that part of my job? And yes, it is. I don't feel comfortable having children right next to that road. And like Ms. Villaseca said, why is there a bike rack if kids are going to all be bussed in? There should be no need for a bike rack. So again, I'm not comfortable changing the commercial. I think we need the tax revenue. We don't know when PA1 is going to happen. It could be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. This building is already getting built. The commercial, the traffic, the noise. And let's get back to the technical school. This is not a technical school. It doesn't meet the definition. There is nowhere, and I looked for it, there is nowhere that we can call this a technical school. So, and I do have a question for staff. When it comes to schools, my impression always was, and I might have been wrong, is when we refer to school being able to turn, to go anywhere, is that private entities or are those public schools? Do you know, Eric?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. I was looking for an opportunity to kind of address that issue because I know it was raised several times this evening. And Mr. Cornell did cite the policy accurately. It's policy LU1-10. But you have to take that general plan policy and then default to the zoning. And it's very specific to whatever location you're talking about. Each zoning district includes a list of permitted and conditionally permitted uses. So depending on how that lines up, it basically doesn't guarantee approval of a school at a particular location. It identifies a process. And in this particular case, as has been discussed a couple times tonight, the zoning requires it as a conditionally permitted use. And so that's the process that the applicant went through, all the way from submittal to staff to the Planning Commission hearings and on to the appeal hearing tonight.
Okay. So that was my question: is how did those work out? And so the other schools, like Councilmember Rary was saying, Love for Learning, it's in the zoning, right? Why they got approved, that's in the zoning. And the Good Art School, it's in the zoning. So those were not exceptions or CUPs, correct?
The Goddard School, to my recollection, is identified, in fact, as a permitted use. So the use itself was not a question, but it did go through a design review process. So the building itself, the layout of the site, ingress, egress, landscaping, all that was reviewed, but the use itself was not a question. Love for Learning was conditionally permitted, so it went through the same discretionary review process. But again, I think one thing that's important to note is that each use is unique to not only its own sort of nature, right, in terms of how it operates, but it's unique to the site-specific location that it's proposed on. And you can have completely different sets of circumstances for similar uses that are really like across the street. So it's not always an apples-to-apples comparison. You have to look at it on a site-specific basis.
Okay. And the last thing I did, I was, when I looked at all of the emails that we got, I actually responded to them and asked people how old their children would be that would be attending the school. No one responded except one woman who was a grandmother. She said she would talk to her daughter to send an email. I never got an email. So I haven't actively gotten one call, one email from anyone that said, I have a child, I'm ready to enroll. So, and then on top of that, I called Holy Rosary and Golden Hills and the third one. They said that in March, February, there was a big influx of calls during COVID, like, you know, the mask wearing, like the social distancing. She said all of them now have space. They want kids. So we don't have a supply and demand issue when it comes to private schools in Brentwood. We might have like a Catholic school issue or, you know, if you wanted a different or, you know, that kind of thing. But if you're just speaking private schools, I don't think we have a capacity issue right now. And I would urge the applicant to let's find another place. I think STEM is great. You know, I mean, I'm very familiar with the rocket ship school, charter schools. They have one in Antioch. And I think it is a fantastic program. These kids are in first grade pre-K doing multiplication. It is phenomenal. I just don't think this is the right spot. I have a lot of concerns about it. So that's it for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer?
Thank you. My questions are actually for staff as well. I don't know if that's Eric or... Hello.
Hello, I'm here. I'm happy to help.
Thank you. I wanted to get your response actually on this thought that the staff report was incomplete and the list of the 11 general plan policies and goals that have been cited repeatedly tonight as something that should have been included in the staff report. Can you talk a little bit about your thoughts on whether the staff report was indeed incomplete?
Yeah, I don't believe that's accurate. I know the applicant, obviously, all applicants want to get the support of staff when they submit a project. Doesn't always happen. I think it's typically that staff recommends approval, but every once in a while there are reasons why staff recommends denial of a certain application, and that's what happened in this case. So I think the staff report is comprehensive. I think the applicant probably disagrees with some of the analysis that's in there. But I think it's comprehensive, number one, and number two, all the information that's been provided by the applicant over time, whether it was with the initial submittal of the application or maybe things that trickled in, say, ahead of the first Planning Commission meeting, on to the second meeting, and then for tonight's appeal hearing, they've all been included for the decision makers. There was a series of attachments for this particular item tonight. So the staff report basically summarizes, you know, what's basically happened from, you know, submittal through the PC hearings and the council hearing tonight. And then there's always a series of attachments, and all the information's been provided for the council's consideration. But again, I think there's probably some disagreement and some frustration in terms of how the information has been analyzed and supported or not supported.
Okay. And what about what is your response to the request for CEQA analysis, and why was that not done, and why? Well, yeah, why?
Well, first of all, CEQA is not required to be performed for applications that are denied. And since staff was recommending denial, and there was an interest, by the way, from the applicant in terms of getting the item scheduled. And I did a little bit of research earlier during the meeting just to clarify for the council. The application was submitted initially on December 29th of last year, and the first Planning Commission meeting was held on April 20th. So it took a little less than 4 months from initial submittal to first hearing, which I would say for most use permits is probably a little bit longer than normal, but this wasn't really a normal application either. And we did have some conversations early on with the applicant so that they were aware of staff's position on the application. But I think that combined with the fact that we were recommending denial, again, collectively as staff, there wasn't a need to prepare CEQA. The applicant certainly understood that. And I would say, moving forward, if the council was inclined for some reason to approve the use permit and CEQA needed to be performed, what we would do is prepare an initial study that would document the level of impact for the different CEQA categories, and then kind of go from there. So it's we haven't even really broached that just based on how the application process has played out. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. I think as far as my questions to staff, actually, I just have one more, come to think of this. If this moves forward, and we've talked a lot about code enforcement and the monitoring of this process for the shuttles specifically, do you see that having impact on staff time, like just keeping track and making sure things are running smoothly?
I do, potentially. Every use permit is basically subject to a set of operational requirements or conditions. So in theory, there's always that potential for conditionally permitted uses to be problematic, just depending on, again, the nature of the use, the types of conditions that are applied. The shuttle system idea is certainly something that could create an issue for not only the site and the surrounding area, but for staff just to kind of monitor and, keep the decision makers informed. And ultimately, if you end up with like a revocation process, it's not something that would happen overnight. So it's something that would be monitored over time, but it would certainly impact staffing.
Okay, thank you.
Meyer?
Question?
If I could jump in for just 1 minute. Hello, good evening.
Hi.
I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Naldinius' statement in that regard. Councilmember Mendoza had asked the applicant if they would be amenable to agreeing to a condition whereby their violation of a given condition of approval could result in the automatic revocation of their use permit, so there wouldn't be this prolonged process. And to their credit, I believe the applicant said they would be willing to consider that idea. But unfortunately, under state law, we still would be required to go through a hearing and revocation or modification process. And so we wouldn't have that option available to us to put an immediate halt to whatever conditions were yielding that violation. So I just wanted the council to be aware of that and have the record reflect that that's where we'd be. Thank you for letting me interrupt.
Thank you. So I do have a couple of things I wanted to say as well. And the first one is, I don't know if this matters to anyone. I just wanted to be very upfront and say that I have known Mr. and Mrs. Rigsby for years. Love the work that they've done. In fact, I'm a regular donor to Village Community Resource Center, and Kirsten Rigsby is the wife of Michael Rigsby. So I say that for just the interest of full disclosure, in case it comes up later. I don't want anybody thinking I'm hiding anything. Again, I think that St. Anne's and Village Community Resource Center do amazing, amazing work in the community. One of the things I want to make sure that people are aware of is we really need to judge the impact and the interest of the Brentwood residents specifically, not of the people from outlying areas that would be sending their child to Brentwood, but the people within the city limits. That has to be our biggest concern. And that is how I'm judging things tonight. I wanted to also mention, I did meet with some community members who expressed concerns, location, zoning, impact on the neighbors, circulation, the new homes on Walnut, general plan compatibility, the outdoor area limitations. One of my concerns I still have is the kindergartners on the buses, and I know that there was some talk about exceptions, which I understand. I think about a kindergartner that is on a bus in Byron that then goes to Oakley to pick up another kindergartner and then has to go back to Brentwood, and that is a long time. And I really would like to say, I think just about without exception, everyone wants this school. I think the hesitation, of course, not just I think, the hesitation is the location and the zoning. I do get concerned, considering the fact that Brentwood is kind of a hot city as far as development, and people watch these kinds of things. We have to be careful when we set precedents for changing zoning and for moving around the rules of the general plan. We say that that's our Bible, and it needs to be. So we have to be really careful about how we make these decisions and who's watching and how they think we're changing the rules for one but not the other. So that's a concern too. I'm still a little bit going back and forth and looking forward to the rest of this conversation, but I do have some concerns, and I think that takes care of all of my questions and comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I have a couple of questions for Eric. Are you still there? I'm sorry. I know we keep calling on you. I just wanted, if you can, I mean, everybody keeps mentioning the Love for Learning facility that was approved, I guess, and the applicant keeps on saying there's a lot of similarities. Can you give an example of what was different for the reasons why that got approved fairly quickly?
Yeah, I don't have any specific reasons. I mean, we could probably pull up the approval documents and just I can look at the findings really quick, but I'll just say that the site's in a different location. Obviously, it has a different general plan designation. It has a different zoning designation. The uses itself, the two uses themselves are not identical. Love for Learning is more of a daycare facility. This is an actual school. The number of students are different. The surrounding land uses are different. So the context is different. And I think for those reasons, and again, you have to remember each application is judged independently. And in the case of a conditional use permit, it goes to the Planning Commission, and they're looking at that specific use at that specific location. And again, even if they were identical on the Love for Learning site and then this use on the same site, you could have different impacts, again, because the context is different. So I know that's not totally specific, but does that?
No, I get it. I understand. It's just I know there's been a lot of, mention that there's a lot of similarities. So I just, get an idea, and I think the community deserves to know also, what are the differences, right? Why would one go and not the other? But also in regards to the CEQA, I know that you had mentioned that that you basically, when the project's in denial, that you actually don't have to do a CEQA. Now they did, right? Am I correct? I think I heard that earlier, right? They did a CEQA?
No. So there's always a CEQA determination that needs to be made in the case of a project that's approved.
Okay.
And that could be anywhere from exempting it from CEQA, meaning there's no impacts, to sort of a mid-level review, which is a negative declaration, to a full EIR for a project where it has impacts that you just can't mitigate. In this case, no CEQA document was prepared, over the course of the last, say, 7 months. And that's, again, because staff had recommended denial, and CEQA does not need to be prepared or performed for those kinds of applications. In the event that the council decides to approve this project, then we would go back as staff and prepare the appropriate CEQA document.
Now, I know, and I apologize if I might have gotten it wrong, or there's a lot been said tonight. We've been doing this for a while now. But I know that they've mentioned that they've done different things and they've given it to staff in regards to for you guys to look at. Are we taking the time to look at what they're giving us, or are we just throwing it away, or how does that work? How does that work, Eric?
Yeah, everything that the applicant has submitted throughout the process has been reviewed by staff and has been included either, with the Planning Commission packets, the 2 meetings that the Planning Commission held, and then, of course, for tonight. And again, there's a number of attachments to the actual staff report tonight, so that certainly lengthened the entire packet for this evening. So they haven't been disregarded at all. I will say that some of the information that was provided was done so at kind of a late hour. So, in some cases with the Planning Commission meetings, they were done post publication of the packet or maybe the day of the meeting. So there wasn't always a lot of time to analyze the information that was submitted. And I know that's frustrating for everybody, and the applicant's certainly trying to respond to what staff prepares. The commission and council only have a certain amount of time to review all the information, so that does make it difficult. But certainly the information that's been provided has been analyzed to the best of our ability, and again included with the packets.
And really quick also, Eric, how long ago was this project denied? If the applicants had known that this was probably not going to go through in regards to the Planning Commission and stuff like that?
Well, in terms of the overall process, and I don't have an exact date, but as far as when staff first spoke with the applicant about not being able to support the application, again, the application itself was submitted on December 29th of last year, so just about 7 months ago. And I want to say it was probably sometime in February. We had a phone conversation. Of course, it was still at the height of COVID, so City Hall was closed. It was basically a conference call type setting, but I was part of that. And we did let both Mr. Strauss and Mr. Cronell know that we would not be supporting it, again, from a staff perspective. And then that was carried forward on a formal basis to the commission on April 20th. So that was the first public hearing. And then the commission, as you heard from Sarah earlier, needed to chew on some things, and so that was brought back a month later on May 18th. That's when the formal denial took place. And then the appeal process and getting the meeting tonight scheduled, that took a little while as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Eric.
Just to clarify, if I could, I just looked, and we had a phone call, or actually a video call on January 28th with the applicant, where we informed them of the concerns around the use itself at that location.
Thank you. I think like every other council member, right, having a STEM program in our community would be great. Obviously, it's something I think that all of us would support. And I also have concerns in regards to the zoning and the location, but also it's a little bit concerning to hear the neighbor across, the one that's operating or the property manager for the other side of the street concerned as well, right? I mean, hearing him concerned really says a lot. But yeah, so the zoning and location is a concern, but I don't see any of us not wanting a STEM program here in the city of Brentwood, because I think education and having options around the education is very important. So for none of us, I don't think it's not really the actual, having the private school. It's really just the location and the zoning. So like everyone else, I'd just like to hear more as well, and hopefully we come to a decision.
Thank you. I do have some questions also regarding some of the concerns. The neighbor, Miss Tricia Constantina, I believe is her name, she made some very impassioned points that one of the filters I've always tried to use, I think everyone on council tries to do that, is what if this was my front yard or my backyard? What if this was affecting me to the same degree? And I was just wondering what kind of mitigation. I know that there was a list of things that the applicant brought forward as mitigations that they had done. Some of them look pretty significant. What are the mitigations that were done to prevent her from her concerns? Being someone who has dogs and an animal lover, and for most people I know, and this may seem odd to people that don't own animals, but our animals really turn into family members. And so it's just something that's really concerning to all of us, to me certainly, but everyone that owns animals, everyone that lives near areas that new uses are brought in that weren't originally anticipated. All of these are really fair questions. I think council's really gone line by line over a lot of these very well. What are some of the questions or some of the remedies for her specifically? I know I mentioned the traffic concerns and some of these others, but I would really like to know what kind of mitigation has been done or could be done to answer some of her concerns, because they are legitimate. In addition to, I believe, the gentleman that that was the property manager across the street as well. He made some good points. Traffic there, it is a bit of a bottleneck potentially. And so I'm really right now most interested in the neighbor and what kind of mitigations have or could be done or were presented from the applicant.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think Sarah's probably best to answer that question. I would just clarify, when you say mitigations, remember part of Sarah's presentation early on was showing a comparison between the original site plan and then the current site plan that went to Planning Commission the last time in May. And so she can speak to that a little bit, but I think they made some adjustments specifically with regards to the outdoor play area to try and address some of her concerns initially.
Yes, thank you, Eric. They did, and there was a slide, and I apologize if it may have gotten overlooked during everything, and I can try to pull it up and share my screen again if you would like to see it. But there was some site plan modifications that were done. Most notably, they moved the play area, which was located across the parking lot and in sort of the back corner adjacent to the neighbor's property, and they moved that play area now to be adjacent to the building and no longer require the children to walk through the the parking lot in order to get to the play area. In doing that, that also, moves the play area closer to the building and further away from the neighboring properties. So that would be one of the most notable changes. And then they also place an additional 6-foot block wall around the proposed play area, versus just having the screened existing block wall that's there between the property lines. So there would be, in a sense, two block walls, the one along the property line, and then there'd be about 20 feet, and then another block wall enclosing the play area. So I think those are the two most notable changes that affected or would affect the neighboring properties.
Okay, thank you very, very much for that, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, can I do a follow-up on that?
Sure.
How tall is the playground? What's the tallest part of the playground?
Well, let me take a look. You're talking about the play structures?
Yeah. Probably over 6 feet?
Yeah, I believe so. Let me see if I have that information. And there's going to be a basketball court with a basketball hoop. I don't have the dimensions of the play structure. I have an area where it's indicated it would go, but I don't know. I don't have specific. Actually, I don't have specifics on the actual dimensions of the play structure. There is on the plan pages A005. It does show an example of a play structure that they propose to use, but I don't know how tall that actually is. And then they do show a shade canopy of 16 feet in height that they propose to be over portions of the play area. So there will at least be something that's 16 feet in height.
Can you put up the before and afters? Because I want us to be able to see where this playground is in relation, what the mayor was referencing.
Sure. Give me just a minute.
Please. Thank you, Sarah.
I think it says it's 21 feet from the wall, from the play area to the fort. What is it? The home right there. I actually have the address too, but it's about 21 feet. It says, I think, and the wall is 6 feet high. Solid wall.
So can you see the site plans now?
Yeah. So that play area is right in front of her house. And, maybe, do we know how wide that little driving area is that's going to be from the fence to the play area? You're saying it's 21 feet, Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. It's 21 feet.
Well, is it 21 feet from her house, or is it 21 feet from her backyard? I think it might be 21 feet from her house.
It's from the wall to wall.
Per the plans, it shows that it is from wall to wall. 21 feet. So the new wall that they propose along the exterior of the play area, and then the existing wall, concrete wall that's along the property line. There's 21 feet separating the two.
So there's two different walls that would be, that they're saying that would be able to cover the noise, right?
Correct.
And just to jump in real quick, I did a measurement on our GIS program, so it's kind of approximate, and her house is angled from the kind of 90-degree common property line, but the closest point of her house is about 20 feet from that property line. And the pool that was referenced earlier, just FYI, most pools are built up to about 5 feet from property lines. And again, it's approximate, but that's what I measured for the pool as well.
So this room I'm sitting in is 20 feet. That's not that long. My husband has one side of the office, I have the other. If he's talking, I can't do anything. I have to go take my call somewhere else. So just FYI, it's not that big of a space. So her concerns are valid, Mayor. Like you were mentioning her dogs and stuff.
One of the things that, an additional concern that was brought up was, of course, the noise. And being very familiar with what it sounds like to be around schools and kids, the schedule for the noise is something that I know that the applicant or Lance had talked on behalf of the applicant about their flexibility and able to control the different things. But Councilmember Rary did bring up, I thought, a very good point, which was if you're a neighbor or I know that area by its very nature. I've done business there. I'm really familiar with that specific location, and there's traffic, there's noise, and during the day it's the noise pollution in that area. But like we've learned in different things throughout the years that have been brought to City Council, noise doesn't necessarily stack on each other like blocks as far as decibels are concerned. There's a cumulative decibel level that this would bring some spikes to. But overall, the area, I think, could, during the daytime, absorb the noise overall. But if you have a sustained group of kids out there from 7, 8 o'clock in the morning all the way till 2 or 3, that's going to potentially affect your quality of life as well. So I think that would be something you definitely want to look into as being able to mitigate that as an operator from that location. And I, just like everyone on council that's mentioned this has said, I think having a STEM school here in town is, Mr. Cosgrove, who was one of the speakers, talked about the benefit that these private schools bring into a community as far as being attractive to tech corporations and families that work for tech corporations. That's absolutely true. Councilperson Mendoza also said the very same thing about it being an attractant. So I don't think there's anybody that does not really sincerely appreciate and desire additional private schools here in town, and especially one that are focused on a specific type of learning that gives additional options. I just, again, I have some of the same concerns that everyone else has brought up. One of the things that that Lance did say earlier was that they were not necessarily requesting an approval tonight, but a request to take a look at some of the things that were overlooked, missed, interpreted differently with the CEQA process. And but I've heard staff now say that they feel that they were adequately addressed too. So right now that's all I have. Is there anyone else, anything else, any further conversation on this? I will say that there's no guarantee. I know that in speaking to the in speaking to the owner today, when I spoke to them regarding the application, they mentioned that this was an opportunity to have the entire facility go to one use, one person, which is a benefit to the owner of a building. And they did make a very good point that should this application not be reversed, that denial not be reversed, that there were numerous different uses that potentially could go there, and that's absolutely true. We don't know what the future holds as far as who or what type of business could go there. We do have some definitions as to what those might look like, though. So in the general plan and by ordinance. So at this point, if there's no further discussion, any more input from staff, that anything that you think we might like to know that we wish we had known before we vote, or in any further recommendation or conversation from council, then at this time.
So, Mayor, I looked at their drawings for the playground. I think it said 5 foot 4 inch fall, so they wouldn't fall any further than 5 foot 4 inches. So if you had a kid 3 to 4 feet, that's going to put them at 8 to 9 feet, which puts them over that sound wall. The other thing is there's a basketball hoop, and I remember one night when all the power was out, we had to have our windows open in the middle of the summer, and there's a basketball hoop right across the street from my house. And all I heard was this person out there till all hours of the day hitting against that basketball hoop. And I know that when we were planning parks before, one of the things we did was try to keep those basketball hoops away from neighbors, as far away from them as we can, so that they don't have to listen to something hitting the back of the backboard or going through the chain hoop. So, and in looking at the way, in looking at what she had put up, that would be even closer to that woman's house than anything that would be there. And it would. She did voice some serious concern there.
And one thing we didn't mention is when they come out onto Walnut, it's right turn only. Where are they going to make a U-turn to come back into Brentwood? Where does that happen? Or are they going to,
on Carnegie.
Or would they go down Continente, which then defeats the purpose of, keeping traffic off Continente?
And the other thing is I don't know that a bus can do the turnaround at Carnegie, which may mean they would have to go take that shuttle through the Spirit and Glory and the Belvedere homes in order to get back out to Walnut. Unless they're going out to Byron, then they could just keep going down Walnut.
Anyway, that was just something. I'm ready to make a motion unless anyone else has anything to say.
Councilmember Mendoza, if I might offer one more framework for your consideration. There's been a good deal of discussion tonight about the various general plan policies included in the staff report and included in the applicant's materials. And just so you have the legal framework at your disposal as you consider your motions, generally what the law provides is that an action program or project is consistent with the general plan if, considering all its aspects, it will further the objectives and policies of the general plan and not obstruct their attainment To be consistent, an action, program, or project must be, quote, in agreement or harmony with the general plan. And so as you consider the general plan policies listed by staff and those listed by applicant, as to which ones further the attainment of the business park goals, we wanted you to have that information available to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to make a motion as detailed in the staff report. I move the adoption of a resolution denying the appeal filed by St. Anne Village of the Planning Commission's denial of a conditional use permit for St. Anne Village Technical School. And that means that we don't approve the appeal, correct?
That's correct.
Making sure, yeah.
So we have a first.
I'll second that.
And a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
One quick clarifying point. I think there was unfortunately a typo in the staff, or excuse me, in the resolution. I believe it was under section 2. Let me find it. But there was a reference to Planning Commission instead of the reference to City Council. So just want to make sure that that's clarified for the record.
Either Katie or Damien, do we need to just infer that with the motion?
So I believe that it's clear that the action is being taken by the City Council tonight, not the Planning Commission, and we'll make sure that the resolution, to the extent it contains a minor typographical error, is corrected to reflect that. Thank you very much for bringing it up, Sarah.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will move into business items. And before we do that, I know that it's getting late, and I know that business items D1 and D2, we will probably need to work through tonight. But would there be any interest on council to push items D3, D4, and D5 onto a future agenda? None of those are germane to city business having to be done immediately.
Can I throw a wrench in that real quick? Sure. I actually want to postpone D1 and D2. I want more financial analysis before we vote on that. So is it worth even going through right now when I am not ready to vote on that? I don't think there's enough info, so I would have to abstain because I wouldn't want to make a vote without having all of the information.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Katie, but if somebody abstained and they're able to vote, that vote is an automatic yes.
Oof. That's correct, Councilmember Rary. Per the council.
Can we discuss it all, and then I'll share my concerns as to why I feel like we don't have all of the bond information that we need?
We can certainly go into the item and
okay.
Do it
it's
that
just
way.
Going to be a few hours if I start going through all my questions. I just want you guys to know. We're probably going to be here another few hours, if that's okay with you.
I will leave that up to the rest of council.
I would like to mention that I don't want to put off D5. I think that's an important conversation that needs to happen.
Okay, then we will move forward as agendized. Item D1.
But I'm sorry, I would be okay putting off D3 and potentially D4 if we thought that would help.
Well, Councilmember Mendoza, I'm glad she's honest to say that we're going to be here for quite some time, so it's already going to be 11 o'clock. We're looking at maybe, 1 in the morning?
So
with all of my questions on D1 and D2, yes, that's a lot. That's a big bond, and I have a lot of questions on that one.
Okay, so if you would like then, Council Member Meyer, D5 is the one that you would like to hear tonight.
For me, yes.
During this council session? And is there interest in a motion to move D3 and D4 to a future agenda item?
Well, can I make a motion to move D1 and D2 to a future agenda item? Does that have to be done tonight since the bond doesn't come to until November?
I'll refer this to Tim. You might have more insight in the timing of it.
That's a great question. Carrie might be able to answer timing of market conditions to grab the best interest rate. So, Carrie?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council members. We do have our bond team on the line. I really would need, so they're going to be responsible for preparing all of the documents, taking the transaction to the markets, and attempting to complete everything within the timeline to be ready for November 1st, which is when the bonds become callable. So if Margaret's able to promote the, we have Bob Williams from RBC. I think he's probably the one best equipped to answer this question. If it's possible to promote him, he could maybe give an overview of the time frame and let us know, where things get moved if we don't move forward tonight.
I just don't want to rush it, so I'm sorry. I mean, I could stay here till 2 in the morning. That's fine. I just don't want anyone else to zone out when I'm asking all these questions.
I've promoted Bob. I'm not sure if he can unmute himself. Looks like he's got it.
Okay, Bob, it looks like you're, at least audio may be on now. I don't see video, but if you can hear us, oh, you're muted now. There you go. You're unmuted. If you can try to address Councilmember Mendoza's questions.
My question is, can we put this off for 2 weeks? What would be the impact of doing that?
If I can clarify, remember your next meeting is not until the end of August, Councilmember Mendoza, because your first meeting of August has been canceled. So this would not be coming back to the council until your last meeting of August, unless it could be done at the meeting.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, can we move it forward? Is there any ramifications for doing that? Bob?
I think we lost Bob already. So we wait 2 more hours. It's going to be a long time.
Yeah, I might suggest, Margaret, if you could promote Ken Deeker to the panel as well. He may be able to address this in lieu of Bob, who seems to be having a little bit of trouble. Okay, Ken, we can see you.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Ken Deeker with Del Rio Advisors. To answer the council member's question, we are at really low historic interest rates right now. A delay that could be a month would push the time frame into, we don't know where interest rates are going to go. I wish I could predict that. But I will tell you that we are shooting for a November 1st call of the bonds. And so what we're asking tonight is simply permission for the team to go out and get started. There's nothing committed by the council tonight. It's simply the process to canvass the market for a direct placement. These are commercial banks and private lenders that do these sorts of tax-exempt and taxable financings for public entities. And we would come back with the results of our canvass of that market. We do it through a formal term sheet process. And then the council can make a formal decision with the actual numbers related to the refinancing, the actual interest rates and so on related to the refinancing. Okay. So this is simply asking permission to move forward and start the process to get the ball rolling.
And at that point, because one of my questions is I want to know what the property value is on the location that we have on Brentwood Boulevard, the old LMC. Like, what's the benefit financially of selling it? So can we get that? Because none of that was in here, and I know we've talked about that before. And and I think there's a bond on that, and that's part of this. So can we get all of that if we hold off for our next meeting?
That's probably in Carrie's court. I'm the bond guy, right? So it's probably more in Carrie's court related to the properties themselves.
I just want to look at all of the financial scenarios, not just the bond refinance, because that's in a silo. I want to see what all of the options are.
So if I understand, Councilmember, you're talking about potentially trying to pay off the portion of the bond associated with the tech center, just that piece of it. And
I just want to make sure that, we and the residents understand the whole financial impact, because I know we've talked about that, like it's an option of what the carrying cost is versus what the selling is, and I didn't see any of that in this information.
Yeah, I think part of that is because the selling of it can take place regardless of this transaction here. So if we refinance, if we refinance and we do it with the little sliver that's taxable, the tech center, anything that the council desires to be done with the tech center could be done. If it were to be sold, if it were to be repurposed, used for anything else, government use, non-government use, all of those options remain on the table. So it's not, I guess it's kind of a secondary question to the refinance. The refinance will save the city approximately $250,000 per year, and it doesn't remove any of those other options. But if you'd like additional information on that, we can look into that as well.
Yeah, because I mean, we talk about savings if we're carrying that money, but if we're not carrying it, right, if it's no longer on our books, then it's not a savings. Then we have to recalculate everything, correct?
Yes. So of course, if we sold the building, we would not carry the debt, but we would have to, of course, come up with the funds to pay off the bond. And the feeling is that the value of the tech center probably isn't equal to the value of the outstanding debt, so the city would have to make up the difference on that.
Yeah, and all of those details would be great, just so that we're making the decision. It's, we have all of the information available. So, let's move forward on this. We're not doing it today. We're just giving them permission to go explore. And then when they come back, if we could talk about having more information, that would be great. Thanks. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. So I'll go ahead and run through the presentation, and then maybe so we'll take notes on the additional information you're looking for and come back with that. So let me, I have just a 5-slide PowerPoint with some summary information on there, so I will pull that up. Let's see. Okay. That's showing up for everybody? Yes? Okay. Okay. So we've already talked a little bit about this. This is a refinance opportunity. We're always excited for these because they can save the city money. The one we're talking about tonight could save us about $250,000 per year, $225,000 to $250,000 per year. And separate from that, there is an option here to eliminate the private use restrictions on the tech center. This is one of the options that we're seeking guidance on from the council. So I'll quickly go over this just in consideration of the time of the evening that we're at right now. So we're talking about the 2012 CIP bond tonight. This bond was originally issued in 2001, at which time it financed roadway and redevelopment projects, along with the repurposing of a former grocery store, which the city repurposed into the Brentwood Education and Technology Center. So the 2001 bonds were issued as tax exempt, as Councilmember Rary mentioned earlier. Virtually all government debt is, because the interest rates are cheaper. But in exchange for these lower interest rates, when you finance a project with tax exempt debt, you have to use the project for government purposes. So there's limitations there. You can't put a business in there or use it for private purpose. In 2012, we refinanced the 2001 bonds at a lower interest rate. These new bonds were also tax exempt, And again, the same limitations on government purposes. They have to be used for that. So the 2012 bond has about $14 million outstanding currently. $10 million of this is secured by the former Brentwood Redevelopment Agency, and the remainder is city obligation. So there were two options that we put together for the potential refinance. The primary difference between them being the elimination of private use restrictions on the tech center. So starting with option one, this first option does not eliminate private restrictions. The bonds would be refinanced again as fully tax exempt. The estimated interest rate on that would be about 1.78%. And as I mentioned, under this option, general fund would be looking at about $225,000 to $250,000 per year of reduced debt service. Again, this is with private use restrictions that remain. If you look at option two, there would be a small taxable bond component in there, just enough to eliminate those private use restrictions. And to keep costs down, the majority of our initial debt payments would be applied towards paying off the taxable piece as quickly as possible. So as a result, you don't see a big difference in the interest rates. We're looking at about 1.8% on this option. General fund savings would decrease by about $1,500 a year as compared to the first option, so pretty minor difference there. Under the second scenario, again, the big difference is that the private use restrictions on the tech center would be removed. So staff is recommending that the City Council proceed with option two, given the small cost difference and the potential benefits in having full flexibility for the repurposing of the tech center. I'm not going to introduce this group again. You've already heard from Ken from Del Rio. He is our independent fiscal advisor. On the line, we have Bob Williams, who may or may not be able to speak. He's from RBC Capital Markets. He is our underwriter / placement agent. And then for legal questions, we have Brandon Diaz from Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe to, again, answer any questions for legal counsel. So in closing, it sounds like this may be outdated information here already, but if approval is given tonight, the bond team would at least start preparing the necessary documents to complete the refinancing. Sounds like we may have an additional step in there of providing additional information to council. The plan, as originally constructed, would be to return to council in late October, as Ken mentioned, with final numbers where the council would give the thumbs up or thumbs down. And then the hope was to proceed with the refinance right around November 1st when the 2012 bonds become callable. The city does not incur any outside costs with this transaction unless it actually closes. So this work that we're talking about in the interim would not cost the city anything unless we go through with the refinance. So with that really concludes all the information I have tonight. The bond team is online with questions, and I'll turn it back over to the mayor and council for any questions or potential direction for staff.
Member Rary?
Yes, the tech center, how much is still left on the tech center, and where would we get the money to pay that off?
So the tech center currently has somewhere in the low $2 million range, so a little over $2 million. So if we're talking, what we were proposing here did not involve the sale of the tech center. That would come later. If we're talking about just the refinancing, there wouldn't be any city money or very limited city money to do this because the refinance happens at the same time as the payoff of the old bonds. So we would issue new bonds, and those funds would then retire the old bonds, so it would be at the same time. If we're talking about, well, where are we going to get the difference between if we sell the tech center for, say, I'm just making up this, $1.5 million, yet we owe $2.1 million, where are we going to get that $600? That's going to be a general fund commitment, but that's not something we've prepared in these documents because that transaction can be done separately from the refinance.
In our agenda, it mentioned using savings from other refinance bonds and other funding to pay something off. What was that to pay off?
I'm not sure which, I'd have to find that reference.
Let me see if I can find it. I'll while you answer other questions, I'll look for it.
Carrie, I believe what Councilmember Rary is talking about is the ability to pay off to have the flexibility that you had mentioned. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
If I may, am I still on? Yeah. So this is Ken Deeker again. I think, well, Mr. Breen looked up some of that information. Over the years, the city has refinanced a number of bonds, including the ones that were sold to construct the Civic Center, including a number of these CIPs. Each one of them has a different source of repayment. Sometimes it's a general fund, sometimes it's the successor agency. In other cases, it's assessments. And so over the years, those different sources, we've been able to generate savings through the refinancing of bonds, and the city has had flexibility with how to use those savings to help offset costs elsewhere, including debt service on other obligations. So it's really been taking advantage of the market conditions that interest rates has continued to drop over the years of those savings and allocating them to different transactions.
Yes, I am familiar with that. But let me see if I can find the information.
Carrie, can you hear me now? This is Bob Williams.
Yes, Bob, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was just going to follow up. Really, the city is not going to have to come up with a fairly small amount of money. It's like $25,000 or $30,000 just to pay off one portion of these local obligations. But most of the money that's going to come pay off this bond is going to be from the investor who purchased the bonds. So I don't see any huge city contribution, or I guess I'm not understanding it.
Carrie, I think maybe what the council member was asking was, I think it's in the middle of the staff report, it says the 2012 bonds will have about $14 million of principal outstanding, and it says, and remaining $4 million is funded by roadway development impact fees and through previous refinance savings being allocated to help fund debt service that otherwise would fall to the general fund. So I think specifically it's about the 2012 transaction, that there were savings that were generated at that point that relieved the general fund of some of its obligation at that time.
Yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, when we do these refinances, BIFA, so I don't want to get too complex here, but BIFA is essentially has the savings, and they send it back over to the city. When we have allowable uses for those savings, we can apply it to other debt service, which is generally what we try to do. And so that's what that reference is that in this case, for example, if we refi and we get back to $225,000 to $250,000, we can reduce other city debt service with that money coming back in through BIFA. And that's generally how it works, is that we'll then say, okay, it's a little complicated and it's not, we don't go into that level of detail because the end result here is that the general fund will save $225,000, but it's not as simple as it just plops into the general fund. It has to cycle through other debt service and then it lands in the general fund. So that's what that reference is.
I think that, I mean, you and I can take this offline. I can probably have a bond 101 with you and talk about just the carrying cost of this and then and pros and cons of selling and not selling. And then if we feel like the rest of the council wants to see it or the public might want to see all of those different scenarios, then we can just bring it back when we come back in, what is October, I think, Ken said? Because those are my questions. And I wanted to go through all that tonight, but that's fine. We can do that later.
No, I'm happy to meet with anybody, obviously no more than 2 at a time, to discuss the transactions. I mean, it's very complex. It's not something you can just put in a staff report or, I mean, as you mentioned, Councilmember Mendoza, you could talk for 3 hours on this, But if you put all that in a staff report, it's going to be 150 pages when you go through all these various options and what's actually going on through the transactions. It is something that we can certainly talk about, and I think I can explain a bit more, or certainly a lot more than what is summarized in the staff report, because you're seeing it at a much more summarized level here, just because the details behind it are quite complex. So yeah, I'm certainly open to any of those if you'd like to discuss further offline, and we can report back, or I can report back, or you can report back.
Okay. No, you can do it. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
So if we do make the motion and authorize this evening, as you said, they're just starting the paperwork basically, and that they bring us back the information at the next meeting with the information that Councilmember Mendoza has asked for. And at that time, hopefully between then, we can all learn more about bonds. Not just Councilmember Mendoza, but I've got more questions too regarding the bonds that I'd like to know. And at that point, we can make the decisions on. And I'd love to save the money. Don't get me wrong. I've always been right there saying, let's refinance the bonds. But this one's a little trickier because of so many, and that was why I asked you, what funded this originally? And how much is owed for what, and so forth. So that was some of the questions I had. So if we're just looking at saying, okay, you guys, go get the paperwork started, bring us back what you can, and we'll make a decision at that meeting in October, with the possible appraisal of the, with the appraisal of the tech center, then I think I'd be okay with that. If we're just telling them to start the paperwork and bring us back all the information you can.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions of staff right now, then we will open public comment on this item. Margaret.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have one person with their hand raised. I'll unmute Rod now. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. I'll be quick. I really just have a question in case anybody can ask it and have it answered. My understanding is that under the current bond issue, the space, the city can only rent the space for certain, I guess, nonprofit uses. But if the new bond is bought, as staff recommends, with no restrictions, the city could rent out the space for any purpose. It could be, I don't know, a supermarket or something. Is that kind of what the goal is here, or one of the goals? That's all the question I had. Thank you.
I don't see any additional hands raised.
Thank you. So at this time, we will close public comments. And Sherry, if you could, again, if this was in person, it'd be a lot smoother. But if you could go ahead and answer that question, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Rod has the right idea there. The recommendation from staff is to allow for any potential use of the tech center or sale of the tech center. So in essence, the city council would be free to make any decision that it wanted to in regards to the ultimate use of that facility. So that's what would happen under option 2, and that's where you have the little bit of 1.8% interest versus 1.78, and that's because of the tiny little taxable piece that we would roll in there, which removes those restrictions on the tech center. So that's why the recommendation is option 2. If option 1 were chosen, you would have the same restrictions you currently have, which is you've got to stick to governmental type or nonprofit type use, and you couldn't do, for example, the supermarket that Rod mentioned.
Thank you. So with that being said, is there a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to move forward on this item, along with an appraisal of the property to come back is it the October meeting, as detailed in the staff report.
I second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. We will move on to item D2, which is, in essence, exactly the same process we just went with, a different add-on with the governing board of the Brentwood Infrastructure Financing Authority hat on tonight. And Carrie, are there any further pieces of information for this one?
No, Mayor. It's essentially the same presentation, the same information. It's just the transaction requires the city and the infrastructure district to both take action.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no more further questions of staff on this item, I will turn it to the Authority Secretary, Margaret, for public comments.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I am seeing no hands raised.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will close public comment. And if there's no further board discussion or authority board discussion, could I get a motion on this item also?
We also, in addition to the appraisal, find out if there's ever been any interest in this property, either to rent or to lease. Depending on, if we do move forward with the youth center, maybe we're not going to use the entire portion of it. Maybe there was other places, if we're not going to have, if this is no longer going to be tax exempt, that maybe we can get the money back from part of that area. And so if there could also be information on what type of interest might be along with that appraisal.
If I may jump in on that one, that's not part of the agenda tonight, but I think staff has certainly heard your concerns, and I wouldn't be surprised if they have information at the next meeting that discusses some of those issues. So if the motion could be what's before the council tonight, that would be helpful. Thank you.
All right. As detailed in the staff report, I move the adoption of a resolution to appoint bond consultants and to direct staff to prepare and take related actions for the refunding to the capital improvement revenue. And so the refunding is the refinancing, but we don't pay off one. I've got a question on this. We don't pay off one without issuing the other one first, right?
That's correct. We can't pay off the one without, because we need the new issue is going to come, and those proceeds are going to then pay off the old bonds. So but it's essentially simultaneous. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So as detailed in the staff report, I move the adoption of the resolution to appoint bond consultants and direct staff to start preparations to take related actions for the refunding of the capital improvement revenue refunding bond series 2012 along with the appraisal of the building.
You have a first?
Second.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
Authority Member Mendoza?
Yes.
Authority Member Meyer?
Yes.
Authority Member Rary?
Aye.
Vice Authority Chair Rodriguez?
Aye.
Authority Chair Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Now we are back to items D3, D4, and D5. Was there a desire for a motion to move items D3 and D4 to a future agenda item, or would you like to go through those tonight?
I will make a motion to move items D3 and D4 to a future agenda item, or excuse me, agenda.
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, before we do, thank you. If there's interest, then at this time we will open public comment for items. If we can combine this, I believe we can, items D3 or D4. If there's someone in the public that has waited to participate in that conversation, Margaret, I will let you open it up for their participation if there are anyone.
I received no written public comments on either item D3 or D4 via email. If you wish to speak on item D3 or D4, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised. Oh. Sorry. I forgot to unmute myself. I received no written public comments on items D3 or D4. If you'd like to speak on either of those items, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after your timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, at this time we will close public comment and we will move forward with the motion that is currently on the floor, first and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we will move into item D5, a verbal update related to vehicle code enforcement for bicyclists. Captain Silva is here to present. Captain Silva.
Before you get started, I just got to go off screen for a minute. I've got a loose dog in the house who's starting to bark. Dog.
What?
Oh, I didn't know if you were there or you're home.
Captain Silva, we're ready for you.
All right, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Was somebody taking a break, though, or should I go ahead and jump in?
Nope, I'm back. The beast who likes to jump on me is put away.
All right, we're happy to hear that. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Bryant, council members, staff, and any members of the community who may be watching or listening from home still. Just for those who are listening that don't know me, my name is Doug Silva. I'm a police captain, currently managing the operations division at the Brentwood Police Department. You know, I really appreciate this opportunity to provide this update. So much has changed in our community during the last 18 or so months now. And even though we're always going to adapt and adjust to the changes in the best interest of the city, you know, I truly embrace these opportunities to inform the council and the community on what their police department is trying to do to keep the city safe. And as you enter our city, you see signs stating that we are a bicycle-friendly community, according to the League of American Bicyclists. In large part due to our landscape, bicycles are a great way to traverse the city and popular among all age groups. Our traffic engineer puts careful thought and consideration into bike lanes and other bicycle safety concerns, and the police department has traditionally taken an educational approach to minor bicycle violations. This past year during COVID, when the kids were in class or playing sports, bicycling and bicycle stunts really took off as an emerging trend, and it's definitely not unique to just Brentwood. And as a result, we've seen a significant increase in the number of bicyclists in town, most specifically large groups of juveniles riding wheelies and performing other stunts while their friends are capturing the stunts on video, sometimes in the roadway, sometimes on the sidewalks. And I think some of the kids are calling themselves Swerve crews, if you're familiar with that term. And if you're not familiar with the stunt to swerve, it's when the bicyclist is basically riding a wheelie and heading directly toward either a fixed object or possibly a moving object, even a car. And when you're doing the stunt, it's not cool unless you get as close as you can possibly get to that fixed object or the moving object before you swerve and avoid that collision. So not too long ago, we posted a video on our social media platforms just explaining the dangers of this swerve maneuver, trying to deter the kids from doing that downtown or in the roadways, anywhere for that matter. So this has definitely created valid concerns from motorists that are sharing the roadways, and not only pedestrians sharing sidewalks, but now, you know, the people that are outdoor dining and socializing on the sidewalks as well. So this year, from January 1 until just last Thursday, I mean, this year has gone by a lot quicker than 2020 went. We're already in month 7, but dispatch received 109 calls regarding bicycle complaints. So I think it's somewhere around maybe 3 calls per week, which might not seem like a lot, but it's definitely an increase compared to what we were used to pre-COVID. And the calls are mainly around roadway hazards, juvenile disturbances, reckless riding, and then some extra patrol requests just due to the large number of bicyclists congregating in a certain area. And the areas that are typically affected by with bicycle complaints is our B1 and our B3, which is the downtown, the older downtown area where the bars and restaurants are located, and there's a lot of outdoor dining, and then up to streets of Brentwood and the Lone Tree Corridor, so over by Home Depot and In-N-Out Burger. So I attached, I think council should have received a list of the commonly used bicycle-related violations. And since January of this year up until last Thursday, we issued 27 citations. And like I said, that was from January 1 just up until last Thursday. And those 27 tickets were mainly for four of that long list of violations: helmet violations, riding out in the middle of the roadway, some lighting violations at night. And we also had 3 bicycle collisions that resulted in injury. And fortunately, we haven't had any fatal bicycle crashes this year. So some of the recent efforts have been to better track these reckless bicycle calls for service. We created a new call type in dispatch so that it should help us streamline data collection and then more efficiently deploy our resources in the future. Patrol was reminded of the vehicle code violations relevant to bicycling and given direction to be proactive in enforcement. And our traffic safety unit, primarily the motorcycle officers, were given direction to provide patrol with an added focus on bicycle safety, especially in and around the streets of Brentwood. And then this past weekend, we conducted 3 proactive operations to combat the bicycle swerve crews and funded the overtime using state grant money from the Office of Traffic Safety. I think this year we may have gotten around $70,000 from the Office of Traffic Safety. So we're using that money to pay the officers overtime on these special details. On Friday night, we assigned a motorcycle officer, 3 bicycle officers, and then 2 patrol cars specifically to proactively enforcing bicycle violations. And then Saturday night, we had 3 officers in patrol cars, and Sunday, we had 3 officers on bike. So as a result of these special details, the number of bicycle stops was 40. And out of those 40, we issued 9 citations. And then we conducted 13 pedestrian stops. We didn't write any tickets to pedestrians, but they also did 26 vehicle stops and wrote 9 tickets as a result of those vehicle stops, and then took 4 case reports, one of which was for unsafe bicycle riding. So I think that's really a very productive operation over those 3 days, assigning the officers to enforce the bicycle violation and going after them proactively. So, education is always a big component of these operations. And aside from the citations issued, the officers took advantage of all opportunities to educate and communicate with members of the community and contacted parents of the juveniles stopped. Now, this, I think, is a very important piece of this project, because the feedback that I'm getting is when the parents are contacted and informed of what their child was doing on the bicycle, they seem to be surprised and more than willing to hold the kids accountable as well. So I think that's going to be an important piece of this moving forward. The bicycle patrol teams spent a lot of time riding through the streets of Brentwood, contacting businesses and on-site security personnel. So I kind of mentioned it already, but as a result of the number of bicycles stopped, the number of pedestrians stopped, the parent contacts, and also just the connections that we made with members of the community during our travels, I think that it was a huge success. So a couple of months ago, Mayor Bryant inquired about different levels of accountability we may explore, such as holding the parents accountable for the juvenile violations and possibly impounding bicycles, ridden by serious violators, flagrant violators. And we did do some research and discovered that there are some jurisdictions in neighboring counties that have municipal codes in place requiring bicycle registration with the authority to impound the bicycle if it's not currently registered. And I think this might be worthy of some additional research to see if the ordinances are withstanding the legal test and then having a positive impact on those communities. So our current ordinance, adopted in 1998, prohibits bicycles from riding on some of the sidewalks downtown, and the signage is in place. However, there's no registration requirement or authority to impound the bicycles. So that doesn't mean bicycles can't possibly be impounded under maybe a penal code or a health and safety code circumstance, but for the most part, that doesn't really apply to that, I think what we're talking about here. So moving forward, our plan is to continue to push the bicycle safety education at the schools and always use our sign trailer to post kind of catchy messages and phrases about bicycle safety that will hopefully stay in the minds of the bicyclists or maybe the parents. They have a young bicyclist that's riding around town, and then post bicycle safety information on our social media platforms and continue to be proactive in enforcing bicycle violations on patrol, and schedule some additional directed enforcement details with the traffic safety unit, and monitor the social media accounts associated with the bicycle, they call them ride-out events, and staff those events accordingly. So if you're not familiar with a ride-out, it's kind of like similar to maybe like a sideshow with cars, where the bicyclists use their social media accounts to network with each other and then try to put together a last-minute big gathering or congregation of bicyclists so they can all ride through town together, and they end up blocking the streets and taking over the sidewalks. And it can be kind of intimidating for people who are just down there trying to enjoy dinner or people who are shopping in the streets of Brentwood. So we're going to monitor those social media accounts and then staff those events accordingly if they start to pick up traction. And then we're going to look to bring back the bicycle rodeo safety events when it's appropriate. And we'll definitely continue to work with the Streets of Brentwood Property Management and the Downtown Business Group to keep the lines of communication open. So I just want to thank everyone again for the opportunity to provide this update, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Captain Silva. I'm sorry, I'm short-circuiting. Councilmember Meyer.
First of all, Captain Silva, thank you so much. This was really helpful information, and we appreciate you staying up late with us for this to the public. But that brings me to my point. It is rather late, and I don't. We had a large drop-off when one of our bigger items ended. So I'm concerned that a lot of the public that are really, really concerned about this issue are not going to see this report. So I'm wondering if this is something that can be made public, if maybe the items from the agenda or some sort of PSA or something can be made public by the police department to answer some of the questions from the community that we're seeing across social media channels and through emails and phone calls and things like that to us to really express concern about what's been happening. It sounds like everything that the police department is doing right now is perfectly aligned with finding a solution, but I don't know that the public knows what's going on behind the scenes. And I would really love for them to know how hard the department is working to take care of this safety issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could do a PSA, and like I said, we're definitely going to be more proactive with our social media outreach as well, just specific to this issue.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I also want to say thank you so much for everything you do. I know that residents have called me, and I give them your information. The police department, they call. I follow up with them, and you have all been quick to respond and help them out and come out and chat with them. So thank you so much. And I'm not sure about registration, how that would work, but I think it's maybe something we should talk about. Like maybe not, it's not like a financial burden, but then it keeps tabs of who is where. I don't know how that works, but yeah, that sounds like something we should probably explore. So again, thank you so much for everything. I appreciate it. And thank you for calling back, everyone. I've gotten a lot of calls that you guys have been totally on it. So, and gals, so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Hey, Captain. Thank you for the presentation. I don't know why, but I look at these as opportunities, right? These kids are making some decisions that are not, good and to get them in trouble, but also get people hurt. Where maybe if we did some collaboration with the school districts, maybe speaking with the superintendents and doing some type of presentations at the schools in regards to bikes and safety and those kind of things. I think that, the schools are coming back. So obviously my understanding is the schools are going to go into this year a little bit slower than in the past. Instead of throwing all kinds of things at the kids right away, just get them back into the groove of going back to school, the whole social emotional piece. And I think that maybe it might be an opportunity where our police department could actually collaborate with the school districts and maybe do some classroom presentations or pass out information during lunchtime, whatever that looks like. But maybe we could collaborate with the schools since we have them open now to educate the kids about safety on bikes, but also, how to be a good bike owner kind of a thing. And then also I think that challenge us as a council, right? I think that, the pandemic and our youth are asking for more, right? And I'm not saying that they're doing it the right way in the sense of riding bikes. It's happened to me a few times where kids are coming towards me on a bike, and I don't appreciate that, and it's not safe. But I also know that, as a city of Brentwood, I don't know if we've done the best job in providing different things for youth either. The skate park, I don't know, Captain, if you notice, it's tremendously packed all day, all morning, all evening. My sons have actually become skaters themselves, which I don't even know where that came from. But I think we live really close to the skate park, and that's the thing to do. It went from bikes to those little other things, and there's something like skateboards. They have the little handles. And so I spent a lot of money on all three of them, and now they're just down to skateboards. So I think it gives us a message, too, as a council, right? How do we get more creative and work with our Parks and Recs department to get a little bit more creative about hosting things around bikes and skateboarding and things like that, so that we're not giving the message, but we actually maybe have other kids giving the message that actually ride bikes and do skateboarding. So I look at this as a great opportunity to embrace our youth, but also I understand that we also need our kids to follow the law and make sure they're safe out there. So hopefully, like I said, we can collaborate with some of our schools and educate them about that.
You're on mute, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Silva. One of the main reasons I'm thankful for you bringing this to us is I think most of us have seen what's going on with the kids. There's nothing more devastating than losing a young person to an accident, to a community, to a family. I mean, you lose an adult in an accident, that's a terrible thing. You lose a young person, you lose a whole lifetime of possibility there and a whole lifetime of mourning for the rest of the family. And these kids feel like they're untouchable, like all of us did when we were that age. I love bikes. I love doing tricks on stuff just like they did. We used to build ramps and jump each other and do crazy stuff. I totally understand that. I agree with the Vice Mayor. I'd love as a city for us to provide more opportunities for them to show off their skills, because some of them are very skilled at scaring the life out of me when I'm driving down the road and getting, safely to the sidewalk. But I really do want to make sure that we get the message out also for them to kind of watch over themselves, to get the dangerous component. Because, yes, some of them may be very skilled on their bicycles, but what happens when you have two tragedies potentially at the same time? A driver that's not paying attention and a kid that thinks the driver's going to stop. And then you've got a potential real tragedy on our hands. So thank you for that. If there's no more conversation or questions, staff, I'll turn this to Margaret for public comment.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Okay. This time we'll close public comment. Thank you again, Captain Silva. Thank your staff.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Council. Appreciate it.
So at this time, we'll move on to item D6, resolution approving grants from the city's 2021-22 Economic Development Grant Program in the amount of $105,500. And I'll turn it to Terrence to present the item. Or Josh.
All right, Mayor, council members, good evening. You should be first able to hear me and second be able to see the screen.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thanks for your time this evening. We're coming back to you to finalize the selection and award of the Economic Development Grant Program for fiscal year 21-22, current year. We have a few quick slides, and then we'd be glad to answer questions if there are any. The Economic Development Grant Program has really been around for the last 2 decades. It's a program that's been approved by the voters through Measure D and by City Council action through Ordinance Number 707, which created the Business License Tax Program. 20% of all collective business license taxes in the City of Brentwood are allocated for the Economic Development Grant Business Program. With that, the specific ordinance requirements for the grant program are to support marketing, promotion, events, and economic development in Brentwood. And we have a successful track record of moving forward council's action and direction with this program. The program is split into 2 segments. One is a priority event segment that receives a biannual allocation by council action, and we call those priority events. So the last time a priority event was approved was in January 14, 2020 by council at that time, and there was an allocation for not only 2021 but also 21-22 as shown here on the slide. With that, there were 5 different events really focused on promotion of the community, community involvement, that sort of thing, for $83,429. The next potential time to look at priority events will be in January of 2022, when this council selects priority events for the next 2 years. The second segment is a competitive grant program that's managed by the Economic Development Division. And while over the last 2 decades it's had some reiterations of the overall focus, at this time it's really about supporting economic development activity, tourism, community events, and other types of programs that support small businesses in Brentwood. So available this year by working with our finance department, we have a projection of $71,557 available in economic development grant program money for the current fiscal year. We're also recommending, due to COVID, there were a lot of challenges with not only the city hosting events, but also our community nonprofits. So at this time, our recommendation, based on finance's direction, is to include $40,443 in previous year 2021 funds that were allocated to the concerts in the park. And those will be reallocated in the competitive program with council's action tonight. So with that, we're recommending a total budget of $112,000 for current year. The recommended allocation that you have in your staff report is somewhat segmented. We'll cover the first segment in this action for $105,500, leaving you $6,500 for future council action, which may be considered later tonight. Included in the report and provided to the full council were all the applications for this program year. Staff, using our best judgment based on the possibility of economic development activities and promotion of the community and small business resiliency and efforts coming out of COVID, our recommendation is included in the report and is shown here in the table. This is only our recommendation. At the end of the day, this is council's program, and should you want to allocate funds differently between other groups, decrease the amount of funding, increase the amount of funding, is ultimately up to you. But based on our recommendation, we've reached out to every nonprofit listed on this application list or the funding list, and every nonprofit has not only thanked the city and the city council for their dedication to providing funds for this program, but also said that they can deliver the program based on the recommended funding amounts shown in the table. And they were looking forward to this year, post-COVID, of having the community events and the community program through our grant program. So with that, we're looking for approval or adoption of the resolution for the Economic Development Grant Program for the current year, the amount of $105,500. That is going to conclude my report, and we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So I know there's different groups that have received money over the years, which is great, right, to support their efforts. But there's some that are for-profit and there's some that are nonprofits. Am I correct on that?
That's a possibility. Yeah, I may be incorrect saying nonprofit only. We can go back and look at the record, but in general, these are generally nonprofit organizations that are providing some type of community benefit. There may be, without looking exhaustively at this list, there may be, and historically there could have been a for-profit industry or group that was involved from a tax perspective.
So my question is that is there a timeline, let's say more for the for-profit that we give, is there a timeline where we hope that they have become self-sustainable and be able to maintain their own events? Because we know the money's not being reimbursed, they're gaining money. So I'm just wondering, is there a timeline so that more of those funds could go more to those smaller-based organizations that are out there providing services, more of the, the grassroots organizations that are out there putting services?
Yeah, so each year the council, through the competitive program, can assign or allocate funding to this list of grantees or whatever list of grantees there is that year. All the funds have to be spent within the fiscal year, so July 1 to June 30th. There's typically no rollover with each individual grant. One of the things that the council is seeing in this year is that in the last at least 3 program years, things have been kind of status quo, pre-COVID. And so it's somewhat rare for council to be involved at this level making these decisions in the last few years. So this is your opportunity to give feedback, and we can take that and work that into this program as we move forward. We'd be glad to do that.
Yeah, I just think that, especially the ones that are for-profit, right, there has to come a time where they're sustainable, right, where I'm noticing that, there's certain groups that are asking for a lot of money, and they get the majority of that, and then there's other groups that have, let's look at the turkey trot, right, 30,000, which is probably pretty high, but we only give them 7,800, right, and that's going to our youth, that's going to our families, that impacts a lot of people involved. I know that they had over 2,000 people that attended at their last one. It's out by the streets of Brentwood. They're probably going to eat there, hanging out there, those kind of things. And the thing that really attracts me to something like that is it's really impacting all of our 2 school districts, right? It's impacting the Liberty Union School District. It's impacting the Brentwood School District. So I guess in a way it's, and they're not for-profit. Everybody donates their time, and the money goes back directly to the school districts to support youth, right, and kids. So obviously I could see why we would support that on a consistent basis. I'm just wondering if we put, like I said, an application together, or do we have a deadline where we're hoping that some of these other groups will be able to step up and start to maintain themselves since they've been able to do so much fundraising over the years?
Sure. We take each application year by year, program year by program year, and it depends on the applications that come that year. We try to be as reasonable, as equitable with the funding based on staff recommendation of the benefits that the community is getting and that small businesses are getting. We haven't historically looked at if, for instance, Turkey Trot, which has received funds in years prior, we don't really try to hold that program, because if that's a successful program, the community and it engages the community. We try not to necessarily detract from their current year funding in a competitive pool. Really looking at what they're doing.
I understand that. Year. Yeah. The example for that one was more, I think that we need to support it every year, but I think we need to support it more. I'm talking about the other groups that, they raise money every year, probably more than we give them, and they're able to hopefully at one point, sometime, right? I deal with a lot of foundations, right? No foundation's ever going to want to support a nonprofit forever, right? They hope that you become, you create some strategies of fundraising / you become self-sustainable in some kind of a way, right? So that's what I'm saying is I think at some point we should start exploring that because I think that obviously we could probably give more to other groups that don't have those same opportunities, but also are not raising money to keep it, kind of a thing, right, for the next events. Just something to think about. I also was a little bit concerned why the downtown. I'm sorry, it's getting late. Jesus Christ, almost 12 o'clock. The downtown skating ring wasn't involved. Did they not turn in an application this year? And is there a reason why or anything like that?
That is correct. In talking to Data Parties, is the operator of the Brentwood on Ice, the application process was open, competitive process, and they unfortunately did not turn in an application.
Okay. And we have supported them in the past, right?
We have. And staff is willing to continue our discussions with that operator should there be a positive benefit to the downtown, and we can look at returning to council if there's a request for funding that makes sense based on staff verification of what their business need is.
Yeah, because I know that downtown skating rink, it attracted a lot of people, especially the last time they were there. But on top of that, it's there for about 6 weeks, right? It's probably one of our longest events that goes on in downtown Brentwood when it comes to events, right? Because it's there for 6 weeks. And I know it's very expensive, and I think it's only fair that we support something like that comes to downtown and attracts so many people that are going to hopefully eat and hang out. So, yeah, I was just wondering why they probably didn't do an application, but hopefully, like you said, maybe at some point we could bring that to council and maybe we could talk about it. Obviously, I'm just speaking on my end, not for everybody else, but I know it's a really good and positive thing that happens downtown. So thank you, Josh, and I heard you're doing a really good job in working with these organizations and groups, so we appreciate everything that you're doing.
Councilmember Rary.
I've got a question regarding the gift card marketing programs. Now, I understand that the $18,000 that they currently have ended June 30th, correct?
Yes.
So any funds that they did not expend comes back to us, correct?
They never left our pocket.
They never left our pocket. Okay. So since, they're asking for $20,000, might we look at funding 10 of that right now, and then the other 10 when we decide, if we decide not to do it. But I was thinking as part of the American Rescue Act plan, using some of the funds, because that goes back to help the businesses in town who have lost funds, correct? Would that be an acceptable thing under there? To do part of it as the, part of it is this, and part of it from the rescue plan?
So economic development staff has done some research into some of the guidance. We're not 100% sure. We'll have to do a little bit more research and coordinate with our finance department. But at some point, small business assistance was eligible at some point. Ultimately, it's council decision to make.
Well, and I agree with Vice Mayor Rodriguez on the ice skating rink. I mean, if he's not doing it, that's one thing, which I don't know how, if he still has that lease from that owner of the lot, but that might be a reason why. But the other thing is that people have said that they go down to the movies with their kids, and then they go over to the ice skating rink, and then they also may come over to look at the tree or sit in the big chair and take pictures, family Christmas photos, and then they walk across the street to go ice skating, and it seems to always have people there. So it's a shame that we didn't have any funding there or that there was no grant application for that. Is there any way, do you have the amount of points that each one of these grants receives, because it was on a point basis, so we can get an understanding, and maybe that'll help us to understand why some were given some money, full funding, where others, didn't get a whole lot at all.
Right. No, that's a great question. So staff used our best judgment based on the budget that was provided and the potential impact to the community, whether it be potential ROI to the city through sales tax or visitor tourism component, support of small businesses. We didn't specifically have a point criteria, but we did examine the budget. We tried to do a weighted grant allocation from the city that would benefit programs that have a higher priority in relation to their overall budget and the reality of their budget, as well as the overall cost of their program, if that makes sense.
And did the amount of grant requests for any one organization come into the decision-making process? I love the chamber. I think the chamber is something that is important for the health of our city. I think it's important for the health of the businesses. But they have they have two in the priority ones, which it's great. And if you eliminate the city events, it's like 63% of the amount goes towards the chamber, and in the requesting of the funding in the lower area, it's 35% of all the funds is going to the chamber. Did you take that into consideration when funding this out?
It's on our list, but generally we look at what the benefit of the community is going to be. Not necessarily that one particular group would be receiving all the funding. In this case, our largest recipient that's recommended is the Downtown Brentwood Coalition to host the October event, which was pretty successful, and they'll have to work that in with COVID requirements and protocols for outdoor events.
Yeah.
I guess in a sense, we certainly consider it. We try to be equitable. We're impartial. If council wanted to move some money around a little bit, you're more than welcome to. We can hold some money back. At the end of the day, it's your call to make.
I'm sorry, I was wrong in that when I was adding up the things. I missed the Oktoberfest, and I did see the Oktoberfest, but when I was adding them up, when the chart ended, that's where I ended. I didn't go to the next page to get the rest of them. So it's less percentage that they received than the others because of the Downtown Business Coalition and okay, that was just some questions I had.
Great.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. Couple of questions. When it comes to the gift cards, the portion we pay, does that have an expiration date on it?
It would be based on the chamber's program.
Okay, so I have a concern about that just because of California escheatment laws and how long things have to stay on the books. So we should probably find out if our portion has an expiration date and how long that stays on the books, because I want to find out if this money that we invested sits there for infinity, because in California, unless they have an expiration date, they will sit there for infinity. I just want to make sure that the money's getting used. And we just started this program, and kind of like Councilmember Rary, I kind of want to split it up. I want to do a post review after the program they've done. And I mean, you were thinking biannual, twice a year, but I'm actually thinking quarterly. Can we review it? Because this is 800 cards, and for that amount of money, how many cards have they sold again?
I don't have it directly in front of me, being remote. I apologize.
But I think it's under
44.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's under 50. I don't understand why we're doing 800 cards when they've only sold less than 50. I would almost venture to say and again, I agree with Vice Mayor Rodriguez. I almost feel like I want to support the schools a little bit more. They do that event brings a ton of business and a ton of press to our local businesses, and so many families participate. And I don't know how anyone else feels about it, but it's that, and so it's the amount of money we're doing gift cards, and then I don't see a benefit in a paper directory anymore. Mine, I don't know anyone who keeps it. I think everyone throws it away as soon as it hits your driveway. So I mean, I don't know if anyone else sees a benefit to a paper directory. I mean, most things are online.
And it's not after public comment.
Yeah, so maybe after public comment. So those are the questions I was wondering is, I was wondering if you'd done any more analysis on the gift cards, because we don't want to be spending money that's just going to sit there for infinity and not get any return on it. That's just, yeah. So, yeah, we can wait for after public comments for more discussion. Sorry, I forgot what part we were in.
Councilmember Rary, you have your hand up.
A follow-up on the gift cards. If we could set parameters that only businesses within Brentwood city limits would get that extra $25 gift card. I don't want to be paying for people to go spend money in another city or in the county. I'd like them to be spending money in Brentwood. And regardless if they have a Brentwood business license, unless they're actually, here in Brentwood, I don't feel comfortable providing funds to them. So can we set those type of parameters?
I think that's a great point. Staff will take your direction and work with the chamber on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the other question is, how often do you get reporting from them on cards purchased and cards redeemed, and where they were redeemed?
So our staff, we are somewhat limited in the Economic Development Division. We have resources allocated towards this program. We require or recommend a quarterly reimbursement based on progress of the grant, and then an annual report update at the end of the year.
Do you know what metrics are included in your quarterly report?
All the financial payment methods, audit, financial audit functions, and then any type of performance, which would be, in this case for the chamber, we would like to know how many gift cards were sold. We can work with that applicant to give us as much information as possible. At the end of the day, these grantees want to prove that their programs work to garner future support from the City Council.
Could we add some requirements, so like, gift cards issued, the number of the gift card, where it was redeemed, if it was redeemed, because that will give us for next year a better guide as to exactly how well these are going, or if we decide to review it, a quarterly or twice a year, whatever, it'll that kind of detail is necessary. And only because of escheatment laws, I used to manage the budget for escheatment, so that's why that's important to me.
Certainly. That's a good point. We'll caution the chamber to coordinate with their third-party provider that does the gift cards to make sure they meet all state and applicable laws, and make sure that they protect the city's investment if it is reimbursed. And then, if it's possible, staff will be able to keep progress of all the grantees and their progress and performance under this program, and then return to the Land Use and Development Committee, possibly before the beginning of the next fiscal year, if that's appropriate.
So only
and that's part of the normal process, which would be reviewing the priority grants and then also the future grant cycle for the following year, which
so 10 to 11 months from now?
So at the end of the day, we're willing to do what the direction is from the City Council. We're willing certainly to provide the information. We do have a select amount of resources within our division, and so we do want to focus on your priorities for economic development.
And I just have one more question. Did I remember reading something that said that you were going to be opening up the gift cards, the extra $25 gift cards to Brentwood businesses outside of the chamber?
That's the chamber's intent. The current program has been somewhat hamstrung because they were working with chamber members trying to promote membership and get people to join. And they had about 3 weeks from June 15th with the reopening. And it's been a struggle. So now the chamber board, I believe as of last week, decided to open it up to Brentwood businesses. And so we'll work based on your direction to have them only focus on businesses at the physical address, the retail sales component in Brentwood.
How often do you give them the money beforehand, or when they issue them, they tell you we sold this many and then you pay them? How does that work?
Great question. It would be the latter in the case of the Chamber of Commerce. And we, in terms of the program itself, it's all reimbursement based.
Okay.
So the city's financial, the grantee takes the financial risk to deliver the program, and then the city reimburses after we go through a pretty thorough audit function, and then go through all the internal city processes to issue a check.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I have a question. I know you had mentioned, or Councilmember Rary, when she had mentioned the downtown skating ring, is there a way that, because we know that that's a really important piece of downtown, especially during the holidays for our families, is there any way that they could apply or I know that it's a little late, obviously. Is there a way to backtrack that, or are we too late for something like that?
Actually, if I can jump in here, if I can remind the council, we've talked a little about the ice skating rink, but that's not on your agenda tonight. They haven't issued an application. So if you'd like to talk about them, it would be more appropriate at another meeting to talk about them. We're focused on the items that are before you on the list. Okay. Reminder. Thank you.
No, I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no more questions of staff, Margaret, if you could open public comments, please.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon a name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have 2 hands raised. I'll start with Gerald Johnson, followed by Denise Duran.
Hello, Council. This is Gerald Johnson. I'm the president of the Chamber of Commerce. How is everyone tonight? It's a late night, so if I mumble my words, you understand why. What I wanted to talk to you about was the gift card program, since that seems like most of the questions. Council Member Jovita Menendez, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, asked about the expiration of the cards. The cards do expire on August 31st. And Denise will correct me if I'm wrong. Additionally, currently we have chamber members. We would like to, if you're a member of the chamber, be able to offer the gift card program to the chamber members. We have, I think it's 1 or 2 members who are outside the city limits, 1 or 2. As regards to how many gift cards that we have sold. We launched this program back in June. I want to say it was June the 15th, late June, mid to late June. So we just got it started, and we have a belief that it will benefit the business community as well as the retail establishments in Brentwood. I think I answered or tried to answer most of the questions that you may have. We do get a summary of how many cards are redeemed. That would be my comments. Thank you.
The next speaker is Denise Duran.
Well, allow me to be the first to say good morning, council members. It is a pleasure to speak with you, and my name is Denise Duran. I have been facilitating this program, and just to create a few, what Gerald shared in regard to the expiration is absolutely true. The expiration is actually August 30th, just so you know. And what I'm really excited about is that in working with the YIFT community, or and that is the organization that we are working through, that is the organizer of this program. I just had a conversation with them, and they said, for where we started, which we're basically 6 weeks in, we're doing phenomenally. We're really doing well. We are a group of volunteers, as you know, on the chamber, and I can't really mute myself. Karen did earlier because of her dog barking. However, bear with me. We are using the Brentwood Press. We are using our resources, the One City magazine. We are working with social media. We started the program by presenting it to Brentwood Chamber members, and now that we're seeing how it's working and we're seeing how the money is being funneled to businesses, we are opening this program to all Brentwood businesses. We want to have a low threshold and a wide doorway to help the business community. And when I hear council members talking about, boy, think about the holidays and going to the rink and then going to the movies and then going to MJ's or going somewhere, imagine having a gift card that is unique to this city, and that the City of Brentwood's Economic Development Department is a part of creating an extra bonus for the families of this community that go directly to the businesses. That's what makes me so excited about this program and why it has the opportunity to not just that we run with it, we can fly with it. For families of this community, thank you. Go directly to the business. That's what makes me so excited about.
I don't see any additional hands raised.
Thank you. So at this time, we will close public comment, open council discussion.
Do we need a motion? I didn't see look at the agenda.
Well, I did have a comment regarding.
No, I meant a motion to close the public comment.
No, you don't. That's just for public hearings. Thank you.
I did have a question for Councilmember Mendoza, though. Were you speaking of the Harvest Time Annual Trail Map? Is that the one that you were?
No, the Brentwood Chamber Business Directory, which is also available online.
Okay, that was my only question.
Yeah, and the only reason, well, I'll raise my hand. You can, Vice Mayor and Councilor, yeah.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
No, I'm sorry, I left my hand up. You go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
Councilmember Rary.
You know, I also have concerns regarding the chamber directory, and here are those things. And as I said, I think that the chamber is invaluable for our community, for our business community, for our residents even. So it mentions in there that there's support of small business development with a 300 member strong chamber. And maybe I was counting it wrong, but it only seemed like there was about 170 members listed in the directory. Another part, it says the application also has a cost of, or the application includes a cost for $2,500 for contractual services for commission on the ads that were sold for the ads within the directory. Of that $2,500, half of that was requested from the city as part of the grant. The application also has a quote for 6,000 of the application has a quote which in that quote says 6,000 of the 10,000 directories will be mailed to local businesses at a cost of $3,000, and that residents and other businesses will be emailed the directory. I thought the point of this was to drive business to chamber members, not as using it as a marketing tool to get more chamber members. And, you know, I talked to you earlier about the different percentages, and while my numbers for the overall was off as far as the percentage, it's much lower than the 35%. The chamber did submit 6 grant applications for a total of $48,835. Or was that what we were funding? Anyway, I would rather see the $4,500 for those directories be allocated to the Brentwood Turkey Trot for schools. They do bring in, it's more than just local people. I know that people come in from out of town for this. It does benefit the businesses in our town because of it. And I would much rather see it help in that respect. It is expensive to do the chip system for when they run through the finish line to be able to get the accurate timing and so forth, and for somebody to run that. So I do know that is an expensive cost. And so that would be the only thing the only change that I would make would be for the $4,500 to go to the Brentwood Turkey Trot for schools.
Member Mendoza?
I was going to say what Councilmember Rary said. Yeah, I just think again, we support the chamber. You can see all the dollars that are in there. It's not like we're avoiding helping the chamber. But yeah, I think a directory is just not something that is going to be huge incremental lift for our businesses. But I do think that our schools, if we don't help them out, it comes from our kids. So I would love to be able to just move those dollars over to the turkey trot. I do want to keep an eye out on the gift card program. I think if we do get a lift and we see that it's really helping businesses, then, next year it's a slam dunk. And, until then, let's just keep doing the analytics. And maybe if you could give us a quarterly update on, gift cards sold, gift cards outstanding, where are they buying them? What businesses seem to be most used by our residents? Which ones are attracted more? Let's find a way to help drive those sales when we see that they really are resonating with certain sectors. Let's try to help out, and let's do some analytics around it. Like, let's try to help them out, drive sales. I'll help with that. I would love to. So yeah, that's it.
Conversation on this. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to, not fund the Brentwood Chamber Business Directory, add that $4,500 to the Brentwood Turkey Trot for schools, set parameters so that only businesses within the Brentwood city limits are eligible for the gift card marketing or gift cards, and that it be opened up to all businesses within Brentwood, not just chamber members. And I think that is it. So that is my motion.
I second that.
And if I may just confirm with the maker of the motion and the individual and Councilmember seconded that the of the recommendations would be part of the motion. I didn't hear that part. I heard all the exclusions.
Yes, I guess that would help. And then as part of that motion, as the rest of it is detailed in the staff report.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
First and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Item D7, a resolution approving a grant from the city's 2021-22 Economic Development Grant Program to the John Marsh Historic Trust in the amount of $6,500.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to excuse myself from this vote. While there is no financial conflict of interest because I do serve on the John Marsh Historic Trust Board, I'm recusing myself from this item.
Thank you. Okay, so I will turn this to staff.
Great, thank you, Mayor, council members. Thank you for your action on the last item. Really do appreciate your time and consideration. The remaining component of the Economic Development Grant, as shown in the previous staff report, we held over $6,500 of the available funding to fund the John Marsh Historic Trust event. It's an awareness community event that they do to tout the historical nature of the project as well as the landmark within the community. We're recommending support of that project. We had to handle it separately as separate action based on the staff report with Councilmember Rary's recusal. So just wanted to get further direction, and our recommendation is proceed with adopting a motion to proceed with $6,500 for the project for this current year.
So, Josh, did they do a application as well?
Yes, they did. We handled it separately in the allocation due to the potential conflict of interest.
Oh, okay. And what did they request for? What was their request?
I believe in the staff report, in excess of $10,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't see it.
It'll probably be in the text. It's presented a little differently. And it's a community day event. They invite people from all over the region to come and explore John Marsh House and learn about the potential center there and then the future of the project. And just it's a good community day all over. And there is some economic development benefit of bringing not only the tourism but also the brand of Brentwood in continuing to promote that.
I think that's great. Yeah. Okay.
So it is a standalone item. You can proceed as recommended. You can, similar to the last action, you can reduce the overall amount. At the end of the day, it's council's decision.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of staff? Okay. Seeing none, then we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I see no hands raised.
At this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion. Is there any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Mendoza.
I just want to say I think it's important that we do this. The state has given us money. You know, Senator Glazer, fought to get us money for this house to actually bring interest into Brentwood and make this kind of a tourist destination. So I think anything we can do to help promote Brentwood as a tourist space, whether it be the John Marsh House or agriculture, I think that's all fantastic. So I'm excited about, I know it's only $6,500 versus 1-point-something million, but any little bit, I'm all about.
Councilmember Meyer.
1.4. I'm excited about this too. I think it's a really great opportunity to raise awareness of the potential for the site. I know that they've been talking about doing some fundraising to not necessarily match, but increase the whole overall so that they could do some real good work moving forward. So I would support this. I think not only for those reasons, but because it's traditional and it's something that I think, we need to get our kids back in there and learning about their local history. Thanks.
Great. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
No, I support it. I think it's a great opportunity, right? I think all history, even though it's not good history, it's good to learn, regardless if you agree with it or not. I know there's a lot of history that a lot of people in this community also don't agree with John Marsh and what he had done to a lot of the Native Americans in this community way before John Marsh. So I think it's a great opportunity because I think you're right. I think we need to support it because, like I said, all history is not good history, but it's good to learn it. But I'm just hoping with the money that we're giving them that hopefully we could be a little bit more transparent in regards to the message, but also in regards to, having participation from Native Americans that actually were here way before John Marsh was. And, so I know that I come from, I've gone there and I've gotten yelled at when I got home for going there in regards to not understanding the real history of all that. But like I said, I actually had a lady that emailed me one time after a council meeting and said, it's true, but also it's good for our kids to learn even things that are not positive because it's still history, right? It's part of our history. So I'm just hoping with the money that we're giving them, I hope that we could be a little bit transparent with the message, but at the same time include those other communities that were there before John Marsh.
It is Heritage Day, Vice Mayor, so maybe we can get involved in a way to give our input so that they educate. We all know that our history sometimes gets a little bit I don't know how to even describe it, but the full history doesn't get told. So maybe, it sounds like you're passionate about it, so maybe it's something that we can partner with them on and make sure that, I mean, you definitely know more than I do about John Marsh, having grown up here, so maybe just some insights that you'd want shared during Heritage Day. I think they would appreciate it because they might miss something that you're privy to.
No, yeah, I'd be more than open to have those conversations. And it may not be me, right, but maybe we get others that have a lot more knowledge and experience than I do, of course. I learned it, I'll be honest, I heard it from the elders going back home to the neighborhood when they asked me where I was at. And I told them, oh, really? And then they gave me the other portion of the history, right? And that's the beauty of history. That's the beauty of stories. So even though it's not in favor of everybody all the time, but I think it's still important that we learn it, right? So it's not that I don't think we should not support it, but I just hope there's more transparency there.
If there's no more council discussion, do we have a motion?
As detailed in the staff report, I move the adoption of a resolution approving a 2021-22 economic development grant to the John Marsh Historic Trust in the amount of $6,500.
I will second that.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Rary recused.
And I heard her aye in the background, even if she didn't say it. I know she's a great supporter of this and put in quite a few years of hard work out at the John Marsh House and their board. We'll move on to item E1, request for future agenda items. Are there any requests for future agenda items at this time? Councilmember Rary. You're on mute.
Just realized that. So in meeting with Dr. Eaton regarding the growth of our city and the needs for schools, I know currently that our community development department CCs the school district, Robin Schmidt, let him know what is coming, what things are coming in, but he's not really part of the question or part of the conversation. He learns about it and he finds out, and then he's able to come and speak during public comment. And I think if we could work with the Brentwood School District to include them like we did East Contra Costa Fire Protection District in discussions on how we can get more for the schools above and beyond the impact fees, because we're not going to get any more schools built if we don't include them in the conversation, if we don't ask the developers to give more. I think it was the city of, is it Tracy? I forget what city it was. But anyway, they actually, I think it's Tracy. They actually, when developers come in, they have the developers build schools. I mean, that's part of it. So I think that we could do more to help them and to involve them in the process and not just as here's a CC and come speak during public comments.
Hi, and I do have, when it comes to the leadership roundtable that our city manager is part of, I think that we need a formal presentation every time that happens from our city manager to show up and tell us exactly what's going on, which is interesting because now I'm concerned with, Councilmember Rary's motion, agenda item. So even the leadership roundtable doesn't seem to be filling gaps. So let's figure out exactly what this leadership roundtable is doing and how is it benefiting the city. So just when they meet, just a quick, this was on the agenda, this is what we discussed.
Okay. Does staff have clear direction on both of these items?
Mr. Mayor, for these items, it's just the council states their future agenda item, and then they'll come back to either a future meeting or the city manager will send an off-agenda memo on the topic. So no other actions to be taken at this time from the council.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza, is your hand still up or is it up again? Oh, that's okay. All right, then at this time, I need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
We have a first.
Second.
And a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Can't hear you.
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Well, we are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Goodbye.